Testing 1, 2, 3.
Are we ready, Colton?
Yep, I have 9:30 and we're live on YouTube.
Okay, we are live. Then I'll call the meeting to order and I'll look for a roll call from my clerks, please.
Welcome to the September 22nd, 2025 council meeting. We'll begin with a roll call of council. Mayor Clark.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
Present.
Councillor Snutch.
Present.
Councillor Fisher.
Present.
Councillor Tuyu. Present. Councillor Goff.
Present.
Councillor Bell.
Present.
Thank you. We have quorum.
This meeting is being streamed live on the Township of Ramara YouTube channel. Be advised that by attending a public meeting of the Council of the Township of Ramara, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and will form a part of the public record. The chair, CAO, and/or clerk have the discretion and authority to terminate or interrupt the live streaming in exceptional circumstances where the content of debate is considered inappropriate to be published. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll look. I've got a bit of a feedback there. I'll look for the motion to approve the agenda.
That the council agenda dated September 22nd, 2025 be adopted as amended as follows. To move item 15.1, Integrity Commissioner Final Report dated September 16th, 2025 to be addressed at 11:30 a.m. to facilitate the attendance of the Township's Integrity Commissioner.
Okay, can I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher. Any other questions arising on the agenda? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest by any member of council? Councillor Bell.
I've declared on 15.1.
Thank you. Any others? I didn't see anything I didn't think would pop out. Announcements, I have quite a few today, actually. As September 30th is National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, I think it'd be appropriate to start our council meeting with our land acknowledgement. Ramara Township sits on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people, subject to the Dish with One Spoon Wamtom Belt Covenant, an agreement between the Haudenosaunee Confederacy and the Anishinaabe and allied nations to peaceably share and care for the lands and waters of the Great Lake region. Ramara sits in the space referred to as the land in between, where the limestone meets the granite. We would like to acknowledge our closest neighbors, the Chippewas of Rama First Nation. Prior to amalgamation of Rama and Mara Townships through to present day, our communities have shared joint interests and have a long-standing relationship. Ramara is part of the Chippewas Tri-Council, Williams Treaties First Nations. So thank you. And as also I noticed, on September 30th, Canada will observe National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. At this, it's time to reflect on the history of the ongoing impacts of residential schools, to honor the survivors and remember the children who never returned home. Before our meeting today, most of council and many of staff came out and we raised the Every Child Matters flag in recognition of this. I encourage everyone to wear orange on September 30th as a visible act of support and remembrance. As a community, I also encourage all residents to learn about the calls to action, reflect on our shared history, and consider how each of us can contribute to a meaningful change. For more information and resources are available at canada.com/truth and reconciliation. Pardon my pronunciation. Child Cancer Awareness. I would also like to recognize September as Cancer Awareness Month. And on September 17th, we raise the flag to honor young lives taken too soon, celebrate the courage of survivors, and support those still fighting. I'd like to recognize the dedication of organizations such as Candlelighters, Simcoe, and Parents of Children with Cancer. Those who tirelessly work to provide care and comfort for families in need. Together as neighbors and friends and as a community, we send our support to all those that are touched by childhood cancer. And our Ramara Awards announcees. I'm pleased to announce the recipient of this year's Ramara Awards, Spirit of Ramara, Annalyn Falconer, recognized for her hard work improving local trails and waterways and helping make our community a better place to enjoy. Paul Grunson, honored for his leadership on community projects and his commitment to improving safety and infrastructure in Ramara. And our Wall of Fame inductee this year is Jane Lee, who recently passed away after a courageous battle with cancer. She will be remembered for more than 60 years of volunteer services. From her work with the Legion to food programs that supported families, we are proud to honor her remarkable contributions to our community. I would like to invite residents to the Ramara Center Awards ceremony to celebrate these extraordinary members of our community. And that's November 14th at 6:30 p.m. at the Ramara Center. There will be light refreshments and of course a cake cutting will take place at that time. And lastly, County's Emergency Preparedness Survey. County has launched an Emergency Preparedness Survey. The survey asks questions about emergency plans, emergency kits, and how residents would like to receive information during a crisis. The survey is available at simcoe.ca/be prepared until October 31st, 2025. And your feedback on this survey also helps us guide us in the future as we're laying out emergency plans and adapting them to our ever-changing world. Now, as far as festivals that we had here, September 6th was our first ever Harvest Festival. And I know, Dana, you're going to speak on that in a minute, but both Adam Chambers and Jill Dunlop were there, and I think all of council made it at some point or other during the day. And the same day, September 6th, was the Lake St. John Corn Roast. That's the Lake St. John Cottage Association do their annual kind of closing of the season where they have fun for all the kids. I think they had a potato sack race and a few draws and lots of kids out enjoying the new playground that we have at Bluebird. And it didn't rain. September 13th for the Ramona Fair. Boy, and it was a great turnout with lots of local vendors as well. Some world-class horseshoes with a heated match between our deputy mayor and his team and Councillor Snutch. And I believe Councillor Snutch was the victorious one in that exchange. I hope we can put bygones behind us today, but I do understand you fell later in the day, sir, and you weren't the champion. So thank you. Councillor Tuyu, go ahead.
Thank you. I am so proud of the Atherley Community Center and Park Board for organizing the very first Ramara Harvest Festival. Our chair, Steve Hinton, gave Pat Clements the full reins to plan it in order to celebrate our local farmers, businesses, and artisans, as well as showcase our beautiful park. What started off as a few of us around Pat's kitchen table turned into over 30 farmers and vendors, including several from the Rama community, such as the giant trailer full of goodies from the Rama Community Farm and the hearty lunch items courtesy of Jimmy Grills. Mark Wainman provided about 40 bales of straw for the decoration and for sale to benefit the sharing place. Our friends at the Ontario Clean Water Agency provided a trailer of fresh drinking water so that we could avoid plastic water bottle waste. And the Farm Gates, Bert Harrington, provided a maple gift bag for the lucky winner of the prize draw. Children were excited to meet the local firefighters with our big ladder truck, paramedics with service dogs, and the OPP with a radar gun for kids to see how fast they could run or throw a ball. They also enjoyed playing games or painting rocks, sitting on the big tractor, or just playing at the playground, all against the beautiful backdrop of the lake where we set up a harvest-themed photo archway. This event was such a big deal that, as you said, Mayor, MPP Jill Dunlop and MP Adam Chambers were in attendance to share in the inaugural event, along with several members of this council, and Aurelia Matters wrote a nice feature about it. We are grateful for the help from township staff in promoting and handling the administrative side of things, which hopefully will be easier next time, as we plan to do this every year. The members and volunteers of the Atherley Board should be so proud of themselves. I certainly am.
Thank you. Any other announcements from members of council? Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. It was actually a very busy month since our last meeting, so I will go through quickly, spending only time on some other ones. Earlier this month, the Sylvan Glen Beach Association had their AGM, and they always have a rib cook-off and a dance, and DJ Largen in charge plays the music over at the beach. So that was a really fun time. Councillor Goff was there earlier in the day to share remarks as the board councillor. I also got to tour the food bank earlier this week under my hat on Rooted in Ramara, and there seems to be some pretty exciting things, some partnership opportunities that I can't wait to share with council once we get that ball rolling. The Legion auction also took place, and there was a lot of members of council that made it to there. The final numbers aren't in, as there are still some leftover items that are still being sold, but they're at over $5,000 now that they were able to raise from that day. And that was all donated items from members in the community and businesses in the community. It's some antiques, beautiful artwork. It was absolutely a wonderful event. Miller's Quarry, just over the corner, had a community barbecue, and so I had attended. I know Councillor Goff attended. Councillor you had attended as well. I don't know if you were able to.
I didn't make it, no.
For sure, because those are people that I saw. So it was really lovely that they were able to do that, and they're doing some fundraising. I also was able to attend earlier this week in response to the declaration that Aurelia put out about the household food insecurity emergency. And I participate in a group for the Aurelian area food strategy. So in response to that, they got together a bunch of stakeholders in the community and opened it up to the residents, of course, as well. And just to sit and have a presentation, what that means for our area, what that means for Aurelia, and to kind of strategize and brainstorm and come up with and make connections and network to see how we can support one another. And just from sitting in that day, because we were there for the Aurelia, I was kind of trying to keep my mouth shut about Ramara, but of course it was talked about the work that we're doing here in Ramara because I was asked about it. So I talked about it. And just from that discussion alone, just from that meeting, I've had 6 different key holders reach out to me, stakeholders in other areas in Simcoe County, to say, hey, how can we support you in Ramara? Yesterday was Johnson's farm store grand opening. And so, oh, sorry, I won't talk about that. I'll let Councillor Goff talk about that. Never mind. But I also, yes, on Saturday, got to throw a baseball for Washago Breakover Angle Off-Road Park hosted a baseball tournament for 4 of the Jeep clubs in Ontario. And I don't even want to try to remember what ones. I know some of them, and I don't want to mix up on the names of the others. So I'll just say there was 4 of them. This year they got a sponsor, and the money that they raised previous to this year, it was just 2 clubs that were playing against each other, and they've widened it. And with their sponsorship, they are alternating years on where the money's being donated to. And this year is to the Sick Kids Hospital. Next year will be for mental health and suicide awareness. A couple of the clubs have lost members to mental health, so they're switching it back and forth every year. But I will say I was pretty nervous. I thought that ball was going to go straight up in the air and land on my head. Didn't disappoint. It kind of did that. Didn't make it to the line, but I went straight. So that was great. I got to throw a baseball.
Awesome.
Yeah, there. I think that was it for me.
Yeah, for sure. So next year you're in for the staff baseball
I couldn't
game.
make it to the. I couldn't make it to the line,
Stick
Keith.
to the umpire. Stick to the umpire.
Umpire.
Yes, yeah. So I guess it was busy. I had gone to, I guess in or late August, in early September, we went to a barbecue rib fest for community in Joyland Beach, and it goes every year, which was a fantastic turnout. We've had a lot of stuff. The fair happened. We had that. I think next year we're going to add cornhole to the Saturday night because it's such a big event on the horseshoes on the Friday night. So hold tight for that. Recently, yesterday I went to a celebration of life for a community member from Lagoon City that lived there 35 years. And the Legion did a fantastic job facilitating that. They had probably close to 200 people in attendance for this. So it was wonderful to see. She's a wonderful lady. So there was that. And the Harvest Festival. And I think that pretty much wraps up. I think I'm forgetting something, but it'll come back to me at some point. So I'll just pass it on.
And two of our citizens, and I will announce it on September 14th, Ike and Elizabeth Myers celebrated their 65th wedding anniversary. So that's a great milestone as well. So yes, that, yes.
Sorry, I did forget. That reminded
one
me.
more?
Yeah,
Yeah.
It was Bud Wright's 80th. So we had a big party in Joyland Beach yesterday. So there was a ton of people that turned out for that. So.
Perfect. Yeah, September, and bear with us. September is a big month with all the fall fairs, the harvest, and the food awareness as the cold weather's coming on. So there's been a lot of things going on. Dave, I'll go to Councillor Goff, and we're coming right down the table.
Oh, it's when you get to this end of the table, it's usually been talked about already. I like to sort of reiterate what Councillor Tuyu had said about our community center board at Athley and how hard they worked. We did have, as I said, she's mentioned the aqua. We arranged the aqua water buggy. And I have to say our fire department was there, did a great job. When I had parked and was walking towards the park, the kids that were walking in front of me, that's the first thing they wanted to do was go see the firemen and the fire trucks. And the staff that he had, our volunteers that were there for the fire department were great, reaching out and talking to all the kids, and they did a wonderful job. Councillor Fisher also talked about, I was able to attend the AGM for the Sylvan Glen Beach Association. Had a wonderful talk with them. I also attended the Legion auction and actually came away with some artwork. I also attended the Johnson Farm store grand opening on Saturday. For many of the residents, they might know the name Johnson because of the Elk Farm on Monk Road. This is another one of their endeavors that they're into. It was a great turnout. Honorable member Jill Dunlop, Minister Jill Dunlop was there for photos. I did get asked where our mayor was, and I told him that he was down in Barrie. And one thing that hasn't been talked about yet is our upcoming Udney Fest on October 4th in Udney, where there's a bunch of local live music that will be playing, and I think it runs from 2 till 9 during the day on Saturday, October 4th. I think that's a great opportunity for our residents to get out, listen to some local music, and support the food bank too, because $5 from the admission ticket is going towards the food bank. I think that's about it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I think next week we should go, or next meeting the other way.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep
Yeah,
track
we'll
of what
start
everybody
this
already
end,
said.
yeah.
So as far as the Ramara Harvest Festival and Ramona Fall Fair, those were both great, and I was at both of those. But I also had the opportunity to go up to Severn Bridge and say hi to our neighbors up there. So Mayor Lorenz and Mayor Burkett were up there, and that was a big moment for them, their fall fair. I had a chance to go over to Beaverton and see Mike Jubb over there and kick off their fall fair with that group. So lots of fall fairs. The Terry Fox run is probably the bigger fundraiser that I was at over. And so that spans 2. So the fire department on August 30th, and they raised 1,323, I believe. So that was incredible, of course, in support of Lagoon City's Terry Fox run. And then on run day itself, September 14th, Ken Weeks passed away in the fall of last year. The Weeks family has been doing the run, it's so emotional, since the beginning. And on that day, there were 4 generations of Weeks family at the community center running in honor of the patriarch of the family. So in total, almost $13,000 was raised this year. And we had a larger turnout than we've had for a few years. So That was awesome. The Legion auction, I was able to pop by there. The chamber had its golf tournament. So I think there were around 60 or so of us at that golf tournament. I don't know the numbers on that yet, but I don't think that matters. What really mattered was connection. And it was a great day. Lots of businesses and local people out to support. Last week, the CDC, the Aurelia CDC had its lunch and learn day. So it was all about standing up or showing up and standing out. So that was a good day. And if you're not familiar, any of the businesses, what Aurelia CDC does, they will, and they do support Ramara. So give the chamber a call and Carol can help point you to what the CDC can do to help you and your business. That night, the Ramara Historical Society had the Aurelia Fish and Game Conservation Club in to do a talk. And I learned a ton. I have to say, I didn't realize how instrumental the Fish and Game Club has been in a number of things, all the way back to its inception in 1947 when it was $2 for a membership. So big changes over the years. Saturday morning, I was at the Helping Hands Grand Parade. Their goal this year was to raise $25,000. They're at 92% of that goal. So there's still a little bit of space if anybody wants to help out. Helping Hands is a great organization. They allow our older population to have some independence and dignity. And then probably one that's new, and you'll start to see me posting more about it. The Patient Family Caregiver Network within the Couchiching Ontario Health Team is going to be looking for more people to join us. And there's a new project that we'll start to talk about called the Waiting Room Resolution. So there's a book and a workbook that is available, and this helps people who are dealing with palliative care. So there's a real need to help people in that situation and help them access services. So that, not a lot of information yet that I can share, but we're just starting with that. So I'll talk about that more and more over the next little while. I think that's everything.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, as you can see, September is a big month, and there is one that I did skip as well, that August 21st, Tony, your parents, Alfred and Ramon, celebrated their 60th wedding anniversary as well. So congratulations to the Stongs. With a party to follow. So, okay, so now we will now get into presentations, which I have none. Public and special meetings of council, none, but I do have a deputation. We have Tim Lett. Is he here with us this morning?
I am.
Good morning, Tim. It's good to see you again.
Good morning, Mayor Clark. Thank you.
So whenever you're ready, you can proceed, sir.
Okay. Let me start by thanking council for the opportunity to make this deputation. I wanted to be there in person. I've been dealing with a back issue for the last couple of years, and unfortunately,
we're just going to hang on, Tim. Can we clean up the sound a little bit? It's a little bit of feedback there, Colton. Just give us 1 second. Sorry, Tim.
No problem.
Sounds a little muffled or something. Probably fine for the young people in the crowd, but myself and a few others are struggling. Okay, try it again, Tim. Thank you.
Can you hear me any better now?
I think yes.
Okay. As I was saying, I wanted to be there in person and do this. I've got a doctor's appointment later this morning related to a back issue that I just could not move. So that's why I have to do this by Zoom. So my name is Tim Lett, and I've been a resident of Ramara Township since 2008. Some of you may remember me as the chair of the Ramara Legacy Alliance, which was the resident not-for-profit corporation we created in 2018 in response to Fowler Construction's zoning application to expand the Fleming Quarry. Now, as most of you know, Ramara Township Council denied Fowler's rezoning application in September 2018 in response to overwhelming opposition by residents and taxpayers. Fowler then promptly appealed that decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal, or the OLT. The OLT appeal hearing took place in the spring of 2022, and unfortunately we lost that decision. And Fowler was granted permission to proceed with expanding the Fleming Quarry. In a minute or two, I'm going to walk you through a presentation I created which calls for Township Council to approve an interim control bylaw, which, after appropriate study and analysis, would allow Ramara to adopt permanent policies aimed at both regulating both the application for and the operation of aggregate quarry operations within the township boundaries. I want to state up front that the goals of approving an ICBL and adopting permanent policies are not to shut down existing quarry operations. That's just not something that's either feasible or legal. The goal of what I'm proposing is to establish a framework moving forward for protecting the health and safety of Ramara's residents. Shortly, I will explain how the absence of any provincial standards specifically related to water quantity and quality, air quality, traffic, and blasting exposes the health and safety of Ramara's residents to unnecessary and unacceptable risk. I will also demonstrate how much of a burden the township currently bears when it comes to the annual production of aggregate in the province of Ontario. Now, some of you may ask, if your goal is not to shut down any existing quarries, or specifically the Fleming quarry, which I have personal experience with, then why are you doing this? Well, I can give you two reasons. One, when we lost the OLT appeal in 2022, my opinion at the time, publicly, was, well, we fought the good fight and we stood up for what we believed was right, so there's some small victory in that. I'm not sure I believe that today. I think at the time that was just a way of coping with the disappointment of losing the decision after putting so much time, money, and emotion into a 4-year fight. I'll explain shortly when I walk through the presentation. There have been a number of positive developments over the last 2 years regarding other municipalities and their rights when it comes to deciding whether to approve new quarry applications. And a number of those developments were a direct result of the work and the effort that Ramara Legacy Alliance and its legal counsel, David Donnelly, put into the Fleming Quarry OLT appeal. So I now see an opportunity to leverage all of that hard work to help protect the health and safety of Ramara's residents going forward. If that comes to pass, I would consider everything that we went through in the Fleming Quarry fight to be a win, a major win. The second reason I'm doing this has more to do with probably my background as an accountant and my beliefs as a fiscal conservative. It's frankly absurd how much time and money, both public and private money, is wasted fighting quarry applications in this province. And I know that because I've seen it firsthand. And this waste is a direct result of the absence of any meaningful regulation at the provincial level. Whenever a new quarry application is made in this province, you can bank on residents objecting, and this starts a destructive cycle of wasted time and money. I absolutely recognize that aggregate is a vital input for residential housing construction, commercial construction, and the building of roads and highways. A healthy and vibrant economy needs a steady and reliable source of aggregate. But given that there are 13 to 15 years of aggregate supply already under license in this province, and by the way, that number has been recognized by the Ontario Land Tribunal, it should not be considered a luxury to ask that the health and safety of residents directly impacted by an aggregate quarry be protected when, one, deciding whether or not to approve an application, and two, when quarries are up and running. If the province won't establish standards to protect the air we breathe and the water we drink, and if the province won't establish what safe blasting needs to look like, then it's incumbent upon the municipality to do so, and we're seeing that across the province. Adopting thoughtful and meaningful policies that govern how quarries should be allowed to operate in this township will save the township and the taxpayers money in the long run. Put sensible standards and rules in place, and then any new quarry applications that meet those standards and adhere to those rules should be allowed to proceed, full stop. In the next few minutes, I'm going to make several references to quarry objections that are taking place in Caledon and Burlington, and some of the developments that have risen in those municipalities that will directly influence both the adoption of an ICBL and the permanent policy changes that result from the ICBL in Ramara. I've asked Deborah Wilson, one of the board members of the Forks of the Credit Preservation Group that has worked closely with Caledon Town Council and staff to implement an ICBL and propose permanent policies. I've asked her to attend this deputation, so if there are any direct questions from council regarding those developments that I cannot answer, I'll defer to Deborah. Without further ado, Colt, if you could move to the first slide. So to make this official, residents of Ramara Township are requesting council enact an interim control bylaw, pausing the establishment of any new gravel pits or quarries on lands not already zoned aggregate extraction for a period of 1 year. And as most of you know, there is an option to extend an ICBL for a second year. So this pause in approval of new applications will permit the township to conduct the policy studies and reviews needed to allow for official plan amendments governing quarry operation within township borders. In the town of Caledon, established in 2024, that the OLT will not overturn, does not have the jurisdiction to overturn legally enacted ICBLs. Next slide. I should have stated up front, I don't know exactly how this works, but I'm more than willing to take questions as I walk through these slides. So
I'd rather you kept going through and finished, and then we'll ask our questions after Tim, if that's okay.
Perfect. As I mentioned in my introduction, Ramara Township shoulders a disproportionate burden for the production of aggregate when compared to the rest of Ontario. So as this slide shows, and I did calculate these numbers with data I got from the aggregate resource statistics, which is available online. As this slide shows, on a per capita basis, Ramara's production of aggregate per residence is almost 30 times the provincial average and 10 times the average across Simcoe County. And Simcoe County is a big producer of aggregate in this province. So we're 10 times the average in Simcoe. But when I calculated that number, I realized that you could argue that Ramara is sparsely populated, and therefore the figure of 290 metric tons per resident could be a little bit misleading. So that led me to calculate the number of metric tons of aggregate produced per square kilometer, and that gives you an even bigger divergence when you look at the averages in Ontario and Simcoe County. Per square kilometer, Ramara's production of aggregate is almost 50 times the provincial average. And it's 3 times the average across Simcoe County. So the common basis for an ICBL is it provides a pause or a breathing space needed to study a matter before proceeding with policy or regulatory changes. Obviously, our proximity to the GTA and the geological nature of Ramara's terrain are reasons for such a massive burden on this township. But if there's any good news here, it's that these statistics provide all of the legal justification that's needed for enacting an ICBL. Next slide. So some background, let's talk about what does exist at the provincial level with regards to regulations. So as evidenced in several high profile cases before the OLT, Ontario just does not have any enforceable regulatory framework in place governing the establishment and operation of aggregate quarries. And this places the health and safety of those residents in close proximity to aggregate quarries to undue risks. What is in place at the provincial level is that applications for quarry license are governed by the Aggregate Resource Act, and the ARA is enforced by the Ministry of Natural Resources. So that once the zoning is in place, MNR is then, it's left to MNR to decide whether or not to grant a license. And what's required is for applicants to produce a number of studies to support their applications. But there are 0 stringent standards that govern air quality, water quality, blasting, protection of ecologically sensitive groundwater areas, protection zones surrounding residential areas in general and residential shoreline areas, and traffic safety. So in the absence of adequate provincial standards, it's left to municipalities to protect the health and safety of residents and the environment. And again, that's what we're seeing take place across the province. Next slide. So why now? As I mentioned earlier, there's been a number of developments recently that all support the rights of municipalities in determining whether or not to approve an aggregate quarry operation. Specifically, number one, the town of Caledon successfully adopted an aggregate ICBL and defended that ICBL at the Ontario Land Tribunal when CBM Aggregates appealed it. CBM Aggregates claimed that the ICBL unfairly penalized their application because they had submitted their rezoning application before the ICBL was enacted. And they asked the OLT to overturn it. The OLT refused. As a result, Caledon has successfully completed all of the studies necessary to adopt permanent policy and official plan amendments governing quarry operations. And those updates to the official plan are now awaiting ministerial approval. Number two, in siding with Caledon and refusing the CBM Aggregates appeal to the ICBL, the Ontario Land Tribunal publicly acknowledged the claim by the Forks of the Credit Preservation Group that there was approximately 13 years of aggregate supply already under license in Ontario. CBM Aggregates, in their appeal of the ICBL, had made the assertion that allowing the ICBL to stand would put the supply of aggregate in the province of Ontario at risk. It was an absurd claim, and the OLT refused to acknowledge it. And then the final point here in 2025 relates to blasting and the risk that residents across Ontario face, because there are no standards. There are 0 standards in this province which define safe blasting protocols or procedures. So a little bit of background here. There's something called the TAROC model, which is a globally acknowledged best practice, which based on a myriad of variables calculates what the maximum distance is a fly rock generated during an open blast mine. So using the TAROC model, you calculate what the maximum throw distance is. And then they also have formulas for determining what's the safe distance for property, plant, and equipment from the center of the blast. And then what's the safe distance for people and residents from the center of the blast. TAROC is an Australian blasting engineering firm, and its model is widely used around the world to determine safe blasting practices. And it's widely used in the United States. Now, Explotech Engineering is the Ontario blasting consulting firm used by a number of aggregate companies to complete blasting studies to support their clients' applications under the ARA. Most recently in 2025, Explotech admitted during the Nelson Aggregates OLT hearing against Burlington and the region of Halton that the calculations they included in their studies in both Burlington and Ramara in the Fleming Quarry case were wrong. Now, at the time during the OLT hearing, we had challenged in 2022 their calculations, but Explotech maintained they were correct, and the OLT sided with Explotech. Burlington actually had the foresight, the brilliance to actually hire TAROC to review Explotech's calculations, and TAROC concluded that Explotech was cherry picking parts of their model in order to support their calculations. When Explotech was confronted with TAROC's analysis during their OLT testimony, Explotech admitted that their calculations were wrong, and this is on the public record. Next slide. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. Most of you are probably much better versed than I am in the process for an ICBL. What I wanted to identify here was, in case there are concerns about prohibitive cost of enacting an ICBL and doing all of the necessary studies and analysis, that should not be a concern here. Caledon and Burlington have a 2 to probably 4-year head start on this exact exercise. And we'll be able to piggyback off much of their work, and we'll be able to see what can pass ministerial, what can gain ministerial approval and what can't, in order to reduce our costs to make this process much more efficient. That's pretty much all I want to say about this slide. Next slide. So let's talk about benefits and risks of enacting an ICBL and then the official plan amendments. Because I recognize that there's probably a lot of council may have several concerns. So the risk that there's litigation by aggregate companies that challenge the moratorium on new applications while the ICBL is in process. Again, the OLT denied CBM Aggregates appeal of Caledon's ICBL in March 2025. Legal ICBLs will not be challenged, will not be overturned by the OLT. The financial risk and the cost and effort to conduct the studies necessary to establish permanent policy updates. Again, Caledon and Burlington have done all the heavy lifting, using the same consultants and following the same format that they followed will reduce the cost dramatically for Ramara. The risk of litigation by existing quarry operators who may find themselves operating in violation of the official plan amendments that eventually get adopted. This is back to what I said earlier. The goal is not to shut down existing quarry operations. It's completely within Ramara's control in order to determine how to grandfather existing quarries in that may end up being offside with some of the policies that are adopted. But frankly, if a quarry is offside with regards to air quality, again, it's not about shutting them down. It's about getting them to adhere to those standards. So it's up to, it'll be completely within Ramara's control to grandfather those rules in. Risk related to the adoption of permanent policy updates, which could be interpreted as overreaching or perhaps heavily biased against the aggregate industry. Again, Burlington and Caledon have a 2 to 3 year head start. We'll see exactly what will and will not pass muster with the Minister of Municipal Affairs before a Ramara ICBL expires. And then the greatest benefit here is, besides protecting the health and safety of residents, is reducing the number of disputes between the township and the quarry industry, saving time and money. So any new quarries that conform with new policies which protect the health and safety of residents can proceed. Full stop. Next slide, Colton, please.
I see you have 2 slides left. If you could wrap it up quickly, Tim, that will give me time for questions. Even got a crowd of people here quite enthused about what you've got to tell us.
Okay. You know what? Most of what I've got on this slide is just reiterating what I've said before, the direct quotes from the OLT or other sources. So you can move to the last slide because I think it's the most important. This is what I believe are the keys to success. Some of you who know me know that my background is as a project manager and also an accountant. This is a project just like any other project. You need to have strong controls and good governance in place. So I think the keys to success here are retaining David Donnelly and Alan Ramsey, David Donnelly's legal counsel. We engaged and the township engaged during the Fleming Quarry fight. Alan Ramsey is a planning consultant. They've been involved with both the Caledon and Burlington ICBLs and their quarry fights. They know exactly the right people to hire, and they can speed up this process. Retention of Turok consulting engineers to provide the analysis needed to establish blasting standards, to include the official plan amendments. You cannot find blasting consultants in Ontario to support anything that's anti-aggregate for obvious reasons. And then the last one is establishment of a resident steering committee. And I just threw out there 3 to 5 residents. The key to success for any successful project is having good governance. What we learned during the Fleming Quarry fight is when you have legal counsel, experts, the township staff, and residents all working within a vacuum, there are misunderstandings, miscommunications. Establishing a resident steering committee to work in conjunction with staff and experts hired, that will eliminate any miscommunications, misunderstandings. I guarantee there will be heightened expectations that from residents that this could shut down quarry operations everywhere. Having a residential steering committee can help manage those community communications and expectations. And that's it. Thanks very much.
Hey, thank you, Tim. I'm going to look around for questions from council first. I'll start with the deputy mayor.
Tim, I just had one. With your numbers regarding Simcoe County aggregates compared to Ramara, is that our numbers removed from there? Or is that our numbers included in that?
Our numbers are included in the Simcoe County.
Okay, so that average would be a lot lower actually without ours there because ours is so high.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that.
Thank you.
I saw Councillor to you.
Thank you. Tim, you've given so much of yourself over the last several years in learning more about the quarry industry than the average person. Thank you so much for being such a strong advocate for your community and for sharing what you have spent years learning about. Even though the proposal that you're bringing forward would not necessarily affect or would not affect the quarry expansion that you fought, rather it seeks to help other communities. You should know that your hard work was not for nothing when someone like Sarah Harmer, musician and activist, phones you to thank you for indirectly supporting their own efforts. Would you just mind explaining, I guess if the Turok model, is that sort of a best management practices, but is that the industry standard?
Tim.
I don't think say that there's an industry standard. I think you could say there is a best practice. And if you were to point to any one particular model to calculate fly rock and determine safe zones for people and for plant and equipment, you'd have to say that the one most in use around the world is Turok. Yes.
Well, Ontario seems to be somewhat deficient. We don't have an official standard that we go by, correct?
There is nothing at the provincial level. In fact, blasting doesn't even have to be carried out by a licensed blaster.
No.
there are zero standards in place at the provincial level.
That's what I thought. Dana, carry on.
Thanks. On slide 3, you listed some issues other than blasting that lack regulations that could affect resident health and safety, such as air quality. In the Floral Park Communities Challenge, the Planning and Justification report that the county planner had requested a dust nuisance impact analysis, but the response was that the Aggregate Resources Act does not require the completion of a dust study. So to me, it would seem necessary that there might be a standard framework or measures for something like that in this time that you're proposing during the ICBL. I have a question for our
Yes.
planning staff. It seems to me that there are some gaps in our pits and quarries bylaw from 2003. Either with some sections that are either outdated or not observed, or subjective. So for example, number 7 reads, every owner or operator of a pit or quarry shall at regular time intervals cause all roads within the pit or within the quarry to be treated with an approved dust controlling substance, except water, as often as is necessary to control dust and whenever requested by the township's bylaw enforcement officer. Now, it seems to me that most quarries I know of have water as the dust mitigation method. So I just think there's some conflicting information there. And then number 17, regarding the subjective nature. For these purposes, permission by council to develop or extend land for a pit and quarry purposes shall only be given on conditions which include and ensure as far as possible that the development in question will not cause unacceptable destruction of scenic properties in the area, nor adversely affect values of neighboring properties. Haul routes, dust control, half loading of roads, and noise from blasting will be considered as part of council's assessment. So I guess my question on the bylaw is, has this bylaw ever been repealed and replaced with a new bylaw since that time? Is our planner here?
Who wants to?
Oh, there you go.
Jen, do you want to help us out?
Yeah, so through the chair, I believe bylaw 2003 for the pits and quarries was being reviewed by the township solicitor and the clerk's department. But we can certainly look into the status of that bylaw. That bylaw came into effect prior to Section 66 of the Aggregate Resources Act that limits what municipalities can regulate on aggregate properties. So I do know that was being reviewed previously through Mr. Ewart and I believe a previous Deputy Clerk McDonald. So we can definitely, I can work with the clerk's department to look into the status of that review of that bylaw.
Councillor?
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I guess go down the line again. This is a question for the planner too about the ICBL process and perhaps the tests that would make it a legal ICBL. And I don't know, maybe later in the meeting we'll ask for a report, but I don't know if you can just quickly touch on the process. And so one of the concerns was about updating our aggregate policies, but I think that I know because we've had this conversation, that those were just reviewed when we did our OP, if I'm not mistaken.
Through the chair, that's correct. So there are 4 tests for an interim control bylaw. I believe it was in March. There was a memo put in through the council information package that reviewed the Caledon decision on the interim control bylaw, as well as the press release from the Forks of the Credit. Sorry, I might say that wrong. Forks of the Credit Preservation Group. I believe that was in March. So in that memo, it does review the 4 tests that the Land Tribunal reviewed for the adequacy or appropriateness of the interim control bylaw. One of the main components was that council had authorized a study. There was also information from the aggregate policies in Caledon. Most of them were based off of a 2003 official plan and 1999 studies. And there was a report done by TAPMO that had suggested that Caledon's aggregate policies were some of the weakest in all of Ontario. Our policies were just updated and reviewed with the new official plan that's currently at the county waiting for approval.
Councillor Goff.
Councillor Fisher actually asked
No.
my question because I was going to reach out to Jen about where we are with our official plan. Does it sort of cover most what we've done or what this intern control bylaw would be?
Through the chair, the official plan aggregate policies were reviewed as part of the comprehensive update. Policies in Caledon were reviewed as part of the business practices. I believe Caledon's official plan update may be at the OLT, or at least sitting with the ministry, at least it hasn't been approved yet. But our policies were sort of reviewed against best business practices as well as provincial policy, and it's currently waiting still for the county approval, which I have been trying to reach out to them to get an update on that. We did have a meeting scheduled and then they had canceled it. So I'm not too sure on the timing for the OP update, but the policies were definitely reviewed thoroughly on the aggregate policies, and they were updated substantially from the 2003 official plan.
The county's currently waiting on our COPA 7 with the province of Ontario. They've had it for 2.5 years as well. So everything until the province approves that one, everything's put on hold. Tim, do you have a timeline? Do you know on the Calton at the OLT? When do you think that'll be wrapped up or no?
I can ask Deborah Wilson if she wants to pipe in on that. What I do know is the official plan amendments regarding quarry are not before the OLT, they're before the minister. The OLT has already decided or has already stated that they won't weigh in on this.
Okay, so it's gone to the minister then. Okay. Did Councillor Bell, did you have your hand up, and then Councillor Fisher? Go ahead.
Thank you. I have through the chair to planning as well. We are still waiting for some reports. I thought that we were still waiting for hydrological, so that from the quarry application in the first place. So I think that's the case, is it not?
Through the chair, just to clarify, are you speaking to a specific application or an interim or aggregate policies in general?
The LCP quarry application. Because this is what this is about, is we're looking for this ICBL ahead of the LCP quarry application, is my understanding. So I thought that we have not received all the reports.
Okay, so just switching gears. So the interim control bylaw wouldn't necessarily be, it should be a separate item to a specific planning application.
Yeah.
But going back to the LCP quarry, it's currently in review and we are reviewing the hydro-G reports.
Okay, so we have received those reports at this point, because I think that when they were last in, the report had not yet been received.
The report was received, it was just under peer review. So
Okay.
there's some back and forth technical engineering reviewing going back and forth between the two subject matter experts, our review consultants and the applicants consultants. So it's currently under review. We did have a meeting to work on a resolve and a path forward for those, but we haven't received their final submission yet.
Okay.
But that's different than the question I had received was about the actual official plan itself in general, not an application specific. So we're not waiting on any reports to update our official plan policies, because that official plan policy has been updated. It's just waiting for county approval.
Thank you. No, I knew that, but
Okay.
I also know that the ICBL is coming in conjunction with the LCP quarry application that we have before us. So that wasn't related to the official plan. I'm trying to understand timelines, because if we want to have a staff report, I'm trying to get a sense of what is happening when and where that application is in relationship to if we request a staff report on this, do we have time for you to come back with a staff report, and just where all the moving parts are right now so that things make sense. So that was my question for you. And then my second question is actually procedural. And because I don't understand this agenda, if we were to ask for a staff report, I don't know how or when we're supposed to ask for it, because the agenda is different again this time than it was the last time. So
Yeah, we'd be asking for the
receiving.
staff report at the end. So I'm trying to direct all questions to Tim so that I can let him go. I don't know if you have any other appointments and any discussion we have in a staff report we would have, because that would be my suggestion that when we do that. And item 16.3 is when we would be passing our motions and asking for a staff report at that time. So Councillor Fisher, if they can direct everything towards Tim while we got him here. Does it regarding a staff report or regarding the deputation? Okay, well, go ahead. Yeah.
So this is through you, Mayor, to our planner. One of the things that was talked about in here, I think it was on the second slide, like after the intro slide, about the if I can find it quickly.
That's the averages slide. Is that the one?
No, the one before that,
Okay.
scope and overview.
Yep.
But anyways, asking for this ICBL on all lands that are not already. You know, my limited knowledge of planning, because we have a resident expert, is it's for a year with a possible extension into a second year. But then after that, it also excludes any IBCL on those same lands for another 3 years after that. Am I correct?
I would have to review, sorry, through the chair, I'd have to review the Planning Act just to refresh my memory. But there is a limit on the number of interim control bylaws that you can pass within a certain time frame.
I think it's 2, but again, we better get the official answer on that. We're only allowed so many, and if you pass one, then that means you can't pass another one. I just forget, because we had one on the books for a while, but I think it's expired as well. We'd have to look into it. Any other questions for Tim? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Tim. It was great seeing you again.
Thanks. I'll stay on if there's some other people talking about this. I just want to make one closing statement, which is I know there is an application in process around Brecken, and you know I heard the concerns about whether or not the timelines for approving that versus an ICBL. I honestly don't, with due respect, don't think that should be the tail that wags the dog here to getting this done in order to be a timely decision on this application that's in process. I don't know if anyone knows, but the Township of Ramara generates about $110,000 a year in tax revenue from aggregate quarries. So with 21 quarries, that's about $5,000 on average per quarry in tax base. I don't think getting another $5,000 added to the tax base is significant enough to make that a priority over properly studying and assessing whether or not to enact an ICBL, given how much quarry operation it is currently underway within the township. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, and I don't think I can let you stay in. I'll have to end your deputation, but certainly you can watch us on YouTube because we will be streaming live. So thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
So next on my agenda, I have, I believe, a special person, open forum. And I do have 3 today. And Anna Bourgeois, if you want to go, and Anna, I believe you have 2 on 2 different subjects. So if you don't mind, you could speak on them both, give you lots of time. I think it was 14-1 and 7-1.
I won't take up too much of your time. First off, I'd like to start by thanking Mr. Lett for his thoughtful deputation today, and also thank Council for giving residents the chance to speak during this open forum. The Ramara's budget presentation for 2025 reported approximately $482,000 in revenue from pits and quarries in 2024. That is just 2% of the total municipal income. Yet we host 14 quarries and 8 pits with approvals for over 7 million tons a year. That's a very small return for such a large burden. We need to ask, beyond paving roads, what direct benefits are residents, small businesses, and farming operations receiving? Is there a community fund or agreement that addresses the impacts on health, safety, property values, and even farming productivity? And is 2% of revenue really an equitable trade-off for the dust, noise, truck traffic, and risks that families, farmers, and local businesses deal with every day? Other municipalities have shown it's possible to negotiate better. An ICBL would give Ramara the breathing space to study these questions and make sure taxpayers, farmers, and small businesses get a fair share of the pie. So that was item 7.1 on the agenda, the deputation. So also I'd like to speak to agenda item 14.1.13. Also, on behalf of the nearly 1,800 residents and taxpayers of Ramara Township who signed the petition, Say No to the LCP Brecken Quarry application and quarry monopoly in Ramara Township, Although the township accepted the petition, the digital signatures were excluded on privacy and FOI grounds. That decision meant the voices of hundreds of Ramara residents were not counted in the official record. Even though these are real people, local taxpayers, and community members who care deeply about this issue, combined, there are 1,781 signatures opposing this quarry. That is overwhelming. That overwhelming response reflects the seriousness of public concern. This proposed quarry application represents 374 acres of farmland with about 50% Class 1 soils. At a time when Ontario is losing 319 acres of farmland every day, converting prime soils to an industrial pit is short-sighted and irreversible. Residents have also raised concerns about health impacts, noise, dust, water contamination, road safety, and property values. Many of us are already living with the consequences of too many quarries in Ramara. Adding another so close to Brecon Village will harm our environment, economy, and growth potential. Finally, Ramara Council already showed leadership in 2022 by supporting a moratorium on new gravel mining until stronger oversight and enforcement are in place. The Auditor General's report in December of 2023 confirmed the lack of inspections, poor compliance, and widespread rehabilitation failures in this industry. Nothing has changed since then. So today, I ask Council to honor its commitment to Ramara residents, stand with us, protect our farmland, our water, and our community growth, and support an interim control bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. And you saved me having to point out, yes, we knew there were 1,600 names on the list. It's just we couldn't post them all. So thank you for that. Okay, and next I have Maura Fenning on, I believe it's on the Canine bylaw. Whenever you're, oh, perfect, whenever you're ready.
Got it. Okay, thank you for the chance to speak. First, this bylaw update is overall very positive. It includes many modern, necessary provisions that are sorely needed and significant. In my opinion, though, there are 3 loopholes that should and can be fixed before it's approved. Parts of the dangerous dog section 4 are problematic. First, the dangerous dog warning sign provision is so loosely worded, it is fatally flawed. I won't mince words, this is urgent. Please look at 4.5C. In the absence of a clearly defined legal standard sign approved by the municipality, I believe signs you can easily purchase online in size 8 by 12 would be technically acceptable according to the bylaw language. I will show you 3 examples briefly, and I will leave the photocopies with council for you to look at. So these signs, I think, would all fit the language that's there. Surely you would not choose to accept any of these. They're highly inappropriate for the purpose. I'm sure you can see the problem. Don't let the sign be a joke. It's your job to warn people and your liability if you don't. The provision is meaningless as written. It's owner's choice, not a message from a municipality for public safety, and it will render the intended warning completely ineffective, not credible, and certainly unenforceable. I hope I'm wrong about this, but I don't think I am. Could you look your constituents in the eye and say this warning sign requirement will work? It can be fixed. Specify a standard sign design that includes the Ramara official mark. Make it a genuine public safety message people recognize. Make owners post it on the green address blade signpost so it's in the same place on every property. No arguments, no hiding it, no confusion. At least make the sign real. Here's an example of a proper sign, clear, standard, and labeled by the municipality. This sign is on the public website for all to see and understand. Second, a dangerous dog order to restrain 4.2 should be issued for the lifetime of the dog as a matter of routine. Other places do that and allow for appeals as they should. 4.7.1 in your bylaw allows for reevaluation of the order to restrain after just 1 year and sets a very low bar for rescinding it. It can be rescinded if requirements have been met that year and there's proof of obedience training. Other places offer early appeal options, but do not predetermine conditions for success. So instead of stating lifetime, which is typical in some places, you offer the distinct possibility that it's only 1 year. I live a short distance from dangerous dogs that attacked mine. In the course of me warning people, I've spoken directly to 4 other families whose dogs were also attacked. These attacks took place and escalated in violence over 2 years. The most recent attack maimed a dog permanently. In just 1 year, I could be back at square one. Who is to know if obedience training was soundly delivered and effective? What test is there to say the owners will suddenly care for and respect the safety of others after serious violations? The onus of proof is insufficient. A much higher burden should be on the owners to prove the dangerous dog is no longer dangerous. Third, Section 9 appeals. The notice that in order to restrain is being appealed should be provided in writing in a secure manner to the people who made complaints about those attacks. My tiny rural hometown in the farming community of West Perth has this in its 2024 bylaw. At a minimum, people deserve to know that the order that was put in place to protect them is being appealed. Will you allow complainants to offer evidence to the appeals committee directly or perhaps through bylaw enforcement staff? Complainants are your constituents too. The changes I'm asking
I have to
for.
get to the short and right up.
Yeah,
Please, thanks, Maura.
I'm asking for exist in places like Belleville, West Perth, Windsor, Toronto, and no doubt more. Precedents are in places large and small. These improvements are possible, reasonable, effective, and safe, reliable tools for bylaw officers. I just want to point to your language in section 11.3. Revise these key areas now to establish the higher standard to protect health and safety of the general public, as you state you aspire to do. Choose the high road for all of us. His Worship Mayor Clark and Council, thank you. I will leave these copies for Council's information.
Thank you. You can just hand them over to
Yes,
Gail and thank you. And very informative as both of you were a little over time, but you know what? They're both subjects that we actually care deeply about. So good information from everybody that presented today. So thank you for that. Well, we can, no, we don't do questions only on deputations, but we will be into that subject later on our agenda. So now I'd look for the motion and we'll go into committee of the whole, and maybe does everybody want to take a quick break? We'll top our coffees or whatever. Washroom break.
Through the mayor, we first have to deal with the minutes.
Oh, the minutes. Yes, I better go back and do that. Yes, thank you. Go ahead, Rebecca.
That the minutes of the following meetings be adopted, having been printed and distributed. Council meeting minutes dated August 25th, 2025. Council meeting closed session minutes dated August 25th, 2025.
Okay, on those minutes, moved by the deputy mayor, second by Councillor Goff. Any business arising, corrections? Obviously, not on the closed, obviously, we'd have, okay, go ahead, Councillor Bell.
I just had a question on the Legion. We had said, I had asked at the end of the discussion, can the letter include that if they're not successful with the visa application, they will be able to come back to do another deputation to council? And then that didn't end up in the motion.
No, I've sent the letter, but I've directed that directly to them. They are aware of that. I delivered the message directly. Okay, anything else on the minutes? All in favor? Did I have a mover and a seconder? I believe I did. Thank you. Yes. Go ahead, Rebecca.
That council recess and convene as committee of the whole at 10:36 a.m.
Okay, moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. So why don't we take a break before we get into our committee of the whole, come back at 10:45. Is that enough time for everybody?
Through the chair, we'll just need a mover and seconder for the recess.
Moved by Councillor Fisher, second by Councillor Tuyu. And okay, we'll come back. All in favor? We'll get committee of the whole 10:50. We will be back. 10. So it's good 10. in the minutes. So I do have everybody back, folks. Do I have a quorum?
Yes, can confirm you have a quorum.
Okay, the first motion I have will be to reconvene in camera and then we'll excuse ourselves.
That pursuant to section 239(4) of the Municipal Act 2001 SO 2001 C25, notice is hereby given that the Committee of the Whole intends to hold a closed session meeting in the Richard P. Bates Boardroom to deal with matters pursuant to section 239(2) C and I, land and third-party contract negotiations.
Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, we will get set. Looks like we're streaming. Are we back live? Okay, Rebecca, I'll need the motion to rise and report, and then
Thank you. Through the chair, that committee of the whole rise from closed session at 11:12 a.m. and reconvene in open session and report.
moved by Councillor Tuyu, second by Councillor Goff. All in favor? That is carried. And then we had a mover and a seconder, but go ahead on the motion.
Just provide one moment here through the chair, just so I can get the motion up.
Perfect. Thank you. There we go.
Okay, thank you for your patience. Through the chair, moved by Councillor Goff, seconded by Deputy Mayor Bell, that report AD 2225 dated September 15th, 2025 regarding physician recruitment be received, and that the confidential direction provided to staff be adopted, and that report AD 2225 be referred to the September 22nd, 2025 council agenda for same day ratification.
And that was already voted on and carried when we were in camera. So that has been carried. You need me to vote again? We will vote again. All in favor? That is carried. Unanimous. Thank you. So that's motions from closed. Council reports, we have none. And board and committee reports, none, but we do have a council referral report, 11.4 of the agenda. Rebecca, please.
So that council support the communications and engagement plan as set out in report AD 2325 for the municipally owned properties at 2287 and 2291 Highway 12, St. Andrews Hall and the former Standard Bank in Brecken. And that report AD 2325 be referred to the September 22nd, 2025 council agenda for same day ratification.
Okay, the report on the buildings next door that we're hoping to get some community engagement. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Tuyu, second by the Deputy Mayor. Questions or comments from council before Councillor Bell?
Thank you. I do have just some questions about the survey itself. So when we did the recreation survey, for example, there were questions that were missing, or they either were open-ended or they weren't open-ended, or there was different concerns. So I'm hoping that we will be able to see the survey before it goes out so that council can have an opportunity to review it. And because this is a fairly significant policy decision, so I would want to be involved in that process. And so that's part of it. And then the other part of it is it references talking about redevelopment, sale, demolition. And so I would want to see how that's going to be included in the survey or the survey package so that we understand how the information is being presented. So that's kind of one piece. The other part of it is, again, it seems to be focusing mostly online. And we know that in the past, focusing online has not been successful. And then only one town hall. So we've been more successful when we are able to reach into the communities. And so I'm hoping that there might be an opportunity to consider doing more than just a town hall. I don't know where that town hall would be. If it's here, the room is very tiny and doesn't facilitate many residents joining us anyway. But if we were to choose 3 locations like Longford, Udney, the Legion, or Lagoon City Community Center, one or the other, then we would be able to hit all, and even Ramona, we would be able to hit all areas of the township in a different way. And I think that would help us to be more successful. And I know it might seem like the people in the north may not be interested, but if Brecken is our administrative center, then I think everybody from the township is somewhere along the way interested, and it will be a significant investment into the township. So I think more involvement is better. And then the third thing I'm concerned about is that there are community groups who over the last couple of years in various ways they've had an indication that they will be in the building. One community group paid a substantial amount of money for drawings for the building. And another community group was reached out to by some or a council members, I'm not even sure, and told they will have a space in the building. So I'm a little bit concerned just about the overall presentation of this information and how we're going to communicate with those community groups who already think the building is theirs and are now finding out today that actually the building is not theirs. So I think I have a few questions if you can speak to some of that, and then I'd like to actually place an amendment.
Okay, well, some questions in there. I guess we can start with. I think the one that we have to make it clear what the parameters are. Like the buildings have to be moved, so they either have to be relocated, and I don't even know if that's possible, or come down and rebuilt in some sort of fashion. And I think folks need to know that straight up. They cannot stay in the location they're at. And go ahead, Gail.
Through your worship, yes, that certainly is part of the sort of part of the project moving forward is the fact that, yes, the proximity to the highway in terms of any further redevelopment, that is a challenge. And so at this point, certainly the idea would be to either move the buildings back or to demolish, or what other options would exist. I think it is worth noting too, your worship, at the end of the day, we follow council's direction, and I'm not aware of any motions passed by council that specifically say the future of that building will be X,
No.
and that these community groups will be part of the future of those buildings. I'm not aware of specific motions that direct staff in that direction. So what we would be doing with this communication plan, and certainly Ms. Galnock would be the spokesperson for this overall issue, is we're going out to the community to ask the question, what's your vision? What would you like to see at these sites, and so on. So just to be clear, in terms of if there were speculation in the past, we act on council's motion, whatever council has directed us to do.
Correct. I think we each have different visions of what we'd like to see, but no, there's been no official motion put by council one way or the other. Melissa, anything you want to add to this before I go to Councillor Goff?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add to regarding the town halls and the number of them, I mean, if it's council's desire to have more than one town hall, then that can be done. However, just be conscious of resources, and also that we are doing, while there is certainly an online survey, one of the options that we have in the plan is to go to different community halls and have a little bit more of a passive engagement. So there will be the opportunity for people to do the survey with information as well there.
We should push it out to our community center groups as well.
Absolutely. So that's also on the plan. Like, let's use our resources that we have and the community groups that we already have to help get the word out. Absolutely.
All right, Councillor Goff, and then I'll come back to you.
Yeah, I'm just want to sort of reiterate what Councillor Bell was saying. The library has provided almost $10,000 that in order to apply for the one grant.
Yeah.
They would want their money back if we're not going to try to use them as a spot having a library there.
Yeah. I think part of it too was we've since discovered that, yeah, the buildings had to be moved. Part of that grant was actually looking at the buildings where they were at. And I don't think that's an option anymore. But Gail, do you have an answer for that?
Through you, your worship, absolutely. The library has inquired a few times, and certainly if that is not sort of the future of those sites, that $9,000 would be something that would be considered to be returned back to the library as part of that process.
Perfect. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. On the engagement and on the town halls, if you had involved council in that, and then you had, I mean, there's opportunity for council to meet with its communities and to have the municipality set that up so that it's not up to each individual councillor to make an arrangement to rent or whatever those community centers. And we don't take that opportunity. And I have found myself that when I engage in my community, my response rate, I've seen as high as 6% in a 24-hour turnaround as a test, which is 3 times what the municipality achieves typically in the 2% mark. So I think that we never take that opportunity. And if we could start to do that moving forward, we would find that we are much more successful in gathering information. The pushback that we get on a regular ongoing basis is the online method isn't working for our older population who either doesn't access online or can't, depending on where they are located within the township. So I would, sort of strongly suggest that there are other opportunities that we can use than to just post things online. And it really just feels like it's posted online and hope for the best. And I don't think we're getting our best information. And I don't think we're allowing our community to speak when we do it that way. Thank you, Councillor Goff. That was the specific concern, was the library. But it isn't just the library. The Ramara Historical Society has been indicated that it is also going to be receiving a portion of that building for its use. And speaking of the Historical Society, as we're talking about the demolition, sale, redevelopment, one of the things that has been a constant theme with these buildings is that we would be retaining some of the historical value of the buildings. And that may not have meant taking the building down brick by brick and moving it, but keeping those facades, particularly the St. Andrews Hall plaque, the stones that are in the St. Andrews building to be reused, whether interior, exterior, and also the facade of the Standard Bank, which to my understanding is either the last or among the very last standing. So the Historical Society has kind of two viewpoints. One was they thought they had space in the building, and two, they're hoping that we see some of that character retained, particularly since most of our buildings across the township have disappeared. So I'm hoping that the survey will include more than just some basic questions. There's going to be an educational or informational package so that if we were to go out and do some town halls and we access council to be able to support that, we could have council and a staff member, or just council if we did a train the council member on how do you want to do this engagement, and we would have a much larger opportunity. So I do have an amendment, but I don't know if anybody else wants to speak.
Yeah, well, I'll finish going around the table first, Councillor. I guess when we're going to have to stress somehow, like, we don't have any money to put towards these buildings. Certainly it would be grant applications we'd be looking for. And so, I mean, it's great, you know, people might want to see the moon or whatever they want, but it's got to be put very clear that this township doesn't have the funds, you know, to spend 20 or 30 or $40 million on a building. It'll be something that we will put together what the community is looking for, and then we'll be after grant money in that direction. So as long as, I don't know how we word that to folks to say that the sky is not the limit here. It's got to be something that's not only affordable, but something that's a grant application would be considered on. And I don't know, Gail, if you have any answers to that at all on how we put that word out.
Through your worship, certainly that is part of the conversation that I've had with Ms. Gavelnock in terms of getting the message out there, because you're absolutely correct insofar that the financial status of the township at this point in time, certainly there's nothing in the 10-year plan that would suggest a significant build in that area. So is there an opportunity for partnerships? Is there, those are the kinds of things that we would be exploring as part of this overall consultation process. But I think without a doubt, there would be clarity within the materials going out that, in terms of the long-term financial situation of the township, this particular build is not part of that at this stage.
Perfect. Okay, amendment. Go ahead, Councillor. I'm not seeing any other hands.
Okay, thank you. I actually did have one comment for the amendment, speaking to what CAO Jackson just said, which is that when we discussed this the last time, we did talk about partnerships with county, as far as could those buildings be for medical or other kinds of social services. So that's one kind of partnership. But the other thing I guess I would say too is when we're doing the survey, if we want to talk about public-private partnership, then we want to survey our local businesses and our friends at the quarries. Obviously, those are one of our larger audiences that we could speak to about what kind of public-private partnership we might be able to achieve. So anyway, my amendment is that the staff recommendation for report AD 2325 be amended to include the survey for the municipally owned properties at 2287 and 2291 Highway 12 be circulated to council for comment, and that the finalized survey be returned to council with a proposed timeline for posting, runtime, and return for consideration, and that the amended plan be approved.
So what was the timeline? We're going to ratify this today. We'll get the survey out. What was, would you want the council to approve the survey is I think what I'm hearing here. What was your intentions, Melissa?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we were looking to have this ratified today so that we could work on the survey and get something out in October, mid-October to end of October. What the point of this was to have something to council with the results of the consultation by the end of the year.
Right. So we're back on the 6th. Would it be back if we wanted to have a look at the survey? Is that timeline doable, I guess, is what we need to go, because we don't want to stall the process. if we're trying to get it out.
Through your worship, certainly
and
the
then I'll go-
timing is such that, again, the desire was to get it ratified so that the communication consultation process would commence as soon as possible.
Right.
So if we're delayed, so a report would come back to the October 6th timeframe. If Ms. Galnock is able to turn it around in that degree, it would come back to the October 6th council meeting with the proposed survey questions.
I'll go to Deputy Mayor and then I'll go back to Councillor Bell for some clarification.
I think just the timelines, I think a suggestion is I understand where Councillor Bell's coming from. It's not a terrible motion at all, but I do think we have a great communication manager here that has done these before. I'm suggesting that maybe by the end of today, all council members share what they think is important in these and leave it with Melissa to go ahead and create the actual survey and move forward with it so there's no delays. I think it's maybe a quicker way to go through this.
Yeah, I was going to ask Councillor Bell, is there something in particular that you would like to see on the survey included? Because, I mean, the buildings have to be moved. I think we need to state that right at the start, right? And I don't even know if they're movable, whether we'd be incorporating some of the existing buildings into a new build. And we're not 100% sure on that yet. I'll go back to Councillor Bell and then go. You want me to go with Joe first? Go ahead, Joe.
I actually kind of agree. I'd like to see what kind of questions are being asked in the survey before. And if Melissa can do her magic and have it to us here for next council meeting in October, we can still start ratify it that day and move forward with the process almost immediately. So it's basically like 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
A week and a half.
Just looking. All right. Councillor Bell, go ahead and tell us what you had in particular that we can have in there to save a little bit of time on the turnaround as well.
Thank you. That's what I was going to say. 2 weeks. It has to be being worked on now anyway, so it shouldn't. I don't think it would impact on the timeline for council to be able to see it. I think that all of the things I want to see, I'm mostly wrapped up there. But I think it needs to not just be a survey. It has to be a proper package of information that helps people even understand. Nobody even knows. In the beginning, nobody even knew we bought the buildings. So that was, so people were finding out kind of piecemeal that the buildings had even been purchased. And then there's a lot of confusion about why they were purchased and what the intent is. So I think it should be a little package of information that says kind of how did we get here? And then launches into the survey. But I think if we're going to have questions, the questions should be broken into categories that talk about different things. So if public-private partnership is one avenue, then that's one avenue. If, working with county is an avenue, that should be there. If it's just, wild desires, I'm not sure that that's going to help because we could, it could be anything on earth. So I think that I need to be able to see what the intent is to even understand what the questions are to know what I would want to add or subtract. So I just don't think I don't imagine that we're going to do anything with these buildings in the 2026 year anyway. So no. I'm not sure if I can understand what the need is to race it out over the next 4 weeks. I think it would be great to get all this feedback, but I think it's important that we get very, fulsome feedback and we make sure that the package of information tells the community exactly what the intent is and why we're doing it and collects all possible information. So I'm not sure why we need to have it ratified and rushed out all in a month's time period. The buildings have sat for over 2 years. So and yeah, we're not likely to construct in 26. So I don't know why we can't wait until October, November, December. I don't know why we're rushing at this point.
Was there an intent, Gail, to curtain some of, because people could ask again for everything. Some might say we want a museum. Some might, are we going to say we're looking for community space, possibly medical? Like, are we going to put examples of what we'd be looking for, or are you intended to be just wide open and whatever comes in, we look at it and go from there?
Through your worship, I'd certainly ask Ms. Galnock to provide some inputs in terms of the strategy moving forward, but I will, if I can, just address the issue of one of the certainly feedback comments that we've received in our past in terms of grant opportunities is shovel ready. And so making sure that the township is shovel ready for any opportunities that are available to us, I think is really important. And so the idea of this is making sure that we're ready to go if in fact there is an opportunity out there. So the sooner we understand that time frame, the better, is why really we're wanting to get ready for any opportunities that may come our way in terms of grants. But if I can, through you, Your Worship, is just ask Ms. Gallinow to provide some inputs in terms of the concept of her package.
Melissa, go ahead.
Thanks through you, Mr. Chair. So the package would be twofold in terms of it would have information on the background and history, the different things that we have to take into consideration for residents, such as the MTO setbacks. And in terms of what we would be asking, we do want to constrain the questions that they're not wide open, because as you said, if everybody wants a shopping mall there, well, that is not what we're necessarily looking for. So it needs to align with council's priorities as well. So it would have options, but not necessarily to that degree of an open-ended piece.
Right. Okay, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. We've put out surveys in the past about different things. And the one thing that I noticed when we received those reports back is when those options were available, there wasn't anything new that came to us. Like, oh, okay, well, no, I'd like this first and then that. Almost like they were ranking the suggestions, like for examples that council or that staff was offering in the survey, that we didn't actually get anything new by providing examples. It was the 2 or 3 or 4 examples that we were providing. Those are the ones, and they just kind of ranked them in order of what they would have preferred to see. So that was one of the things that I've always, thought that perhaps maybe not. I mean, yes, we then run the risk of having everything from an amusement park next door to a shopping center to sports dome to whatever coming up, or just a parkette with a gazebo, which fantastic. But then at least we can see what the community is desiring, as opposed to saying, okay, these are some ideas, and then not having any more thought maybe put into it. Oh, here's a survey going to take me 3 minutes, click, 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 and then move on. And I think what Councillor Bell is really looking for, and what I'm really looking for, and I think what the township needs right now is good engagement and good feedback from our residents. And I just know that there's been a few surveys in the past that I've been disappointed in the results. We didn't get any new information. It was just kind of like ranked in order of the ideas that we kind of threw out there as examples. So I actually, that's just my feedback on what the survey, what I would hope the survey might look like.
Well, certainly the parameters I'm glad to hear, because we're not in the business of building a plaza. That's not what municipal governments are going to create space for. That's a private sector venture that you would go into that. Again, a partnership with county might look at some senior accommodations on a 2nd, 3rd, maybe even a 4th floor, or social housing incorporated and community space on the bottom. That's typically what a county partnership would look like, and it'd be structured around that. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I recognize the need for parameters absolutely in the survey on what maybe some of the limitations could be on that property. However, if we have residents saying that they want to have a shopping center, that is also useful information outside of that property that could be used in economic development or different strategies moving forward within the municipality. So even though it might not necessarily fit that property, I think it still fits in the greater scheme of Ramara. If that is something that people are looking for in Ramara, be it a shopping center or anything really, like it's just because that piece of property might not fit what a desire is. It's also a good opportunity to at least have a jump off point for when we send out our next survey for another project that we might be looking at.
All right. I guess I'll politely disagree because I'm trying to focus it in on the 2 buildings. I had the deputy mayor and then David. Go ahead, deputy mayor.
Yeah, no, I just think that I understand that. I don't think we need to get into that commercial realm. I think as much as somebody would love to see a mall there, I understand what you're saying. It'd be good feedback, but not necessarily for this. It'll confuse them. I think we do need to maybe lay out some of the issues that we have in Ramara and the things that would best help this township move forward, which is looking at affordable housing, social housing, maybe municipal offices for our OPP and a doctor's office, things that are going to help the community, make it more accessible for them. So limiting those things to what's going to help our municipality move forward. We've purchased those buildings now. I just don't want to delay this, and I want to get moving because we know grants start to come available at the beginning of the new year. We want to be shovel ready. The more we delay, and I think that's the urgency I see. That's why I think it's important that we tell them, it doesn't matter what survey we do, we're never going to hit 100% of the people. We're going to have people complain that it was when they were away or whatever it was. We're never going to meet that. I do believe in transparency and public engagement, and that's what we're doing. I'd love to see what Melissa does with the survey, and I think that if anybody has questions, send them forward so we don't have to delay this.
So what I'm going to do, Dave, a quick comment, and then I'm going to pause this. We're going to go back into council because I believe Tony is here waiting online. So, and that was item.
I can finish 2 seconds.
All right, go ahead.
In this notice, we put how far the buildings must move back from where they are now, so people understand what's left. That's all.
We will be providing the details of the MTO restrictions.
They will be providing the details. So I think I have to reconvene into council now because item 15 is on our council agenda. So I need a motion for that, Rebecca, and then we will deal with Tony, and then we will go back into committee of the whole. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, so that council recess and convene as committee of the,
the other way around.
Sorry. Skipped one. That committee of the whole rise and council be reconvened at 11:37 a.m.
Okay, moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Snutch. All in favor? That is carried. So we will jump ahead in our agenda to item 15. Welcome, Tony. Thanks for joining us this morning. We swept off our committee of the whole as quickly as I could there.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, Your Worship, Council has before it my report. The report deals with Councillor Sherry Bell. I'm prepared to provide Council with a high-level overview of the report and the findings, and then I'm happy to take questions about the recommendations.
Okay, and I will point out Councillor Bell did declare and she's left the room. So it's the remaining council here.
All right, thank you, Your Worship. So if we could then, Your Worship, we'll start. There are 3 complaints that were brought forward against Councillor Bell. The first related to June 2nd, 2025. This was a council meeting. As council will recall, this was the meeting where council was receiving my report on an earlier integrity commissioner complaint and report dealing with Councillor Bell. So on the 2nd of June, council received that report. This was the May 23, 2025 report. And there were recommendations in that report to suspend the remuneration of Councillor Bell for a total of 90 days. At that meeting, Councillor Bell spoke to the recommendation, which is perfectly acceptable. There's an exception in the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act that allows a council member to speak to the penalty. What happened after that was that Councillor Bell voted on the penalty, and that is expressly prohibited in the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. This was a recorded meeting, so I was able to see what happened at that meeting. There's no dispute as to what happened, and in my view, that was a breach of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. The second complaint dealt with the same meeting, actually dealing with the same particular vote. However, this complaint was specifically related to comments that the councillor made. The comments were that Councillor Bell was currently in discussions with her legal counsel and that they would reach out to the township shortly. And then the member asked for a recorded vote on whether or not to impose the penalty. The issue with this particular aspect of the complaint was the complainant believed that that was an attempt by Councillor Bell to intimidate council by referencing the fact that there was a lawyer involved. Our view on that particular issue is The member of council, or any member of council for that matter, has the right to retain counsel. In my view, I didn't find that the comments of the councillor in that context was intimidation. There was no threat of litigation specifically. We were advised that litigation hadn't, at the time of this investigation, been commenced. So without that, the specific or more deliberate words by the councillor, we didn't find that there was an attempt to intimidate. So we did not find that that was a breach. The final aspect of the complaint related to a Facebook video that was made by Councillor Bell. And within that video, and I'll just get the exact comments. This was a June 22, 2025 video that was posted to Facebook by the member. And in that video, among other things, the member used phrases such as silence is not service, democracy falters when there's a cost to speaking up, I will not be silenced, and I don't answer to intimidation, I answer to you. So we found that the video was intended to convey a message to the public that council wasn't just wrong in imposing sanctions on the member. And this was sanctions about not just the Integrity Commissioner recommendations, but previously council had removed the member from certain boards and committees and restricted her access to closed session meetings. The underlying intent or message within that video we found was that council was attempting to quote unquote silence the member for speaking the truth. And that was implying obviously that council at a minimum was trying to prevent the member from dealing with or presenting her political agenda. Now, there are a couple of sections in the code that are relevant. Those are set out in the report. I won't refer to those in a direct quote. But in essence, what the code is trying to do is foster respect for the decision-making process. That's really what council intends with those sections in the code. And they want, or you want rather, members to accurately and adequately communicate decisions. What I'm charged with doing is balancing council's intent to foster respect for the decision-making process against all members of council, but in this case specifically Councillor Bell's right to express herself politically. And this is a Charter of Rights and Freedoms, freedom of expression issue. So the courts or the case law requires that I balance those competing interests when I'm making this decision. So what I see in the video was that the member was clearly accusing council of acting improperly, and she was imputing an improper purpose to the limits that you had imposed as a council. That is not in accordance with the code of conduct. That's a breach of the code of conduct. But against that breach, I need to balance the fact that the member is able, and all of you are able, to disagree with decisions of council. And what the code of conduct is trying to do is foster respect for those decisions. So it's not a breach to simply disagree with council. It's a breach to do so disrespectfully and in a manner that would create a sort of aura where the public would not have respect for those decisions. So in my view, had Councillor Bell explained the rationale for her disagreement in the video, or tried to have some sort of respectful or balance, there may not have been a breach. But in the circumstances, the way the message was delivered, there was no balance or no attempt to foster respect for the decision of council. And that is why, on balance, I found that that video was a breach of the code of conduct. When we get to the recommendation section, I'll do the last one first. With respect to the Facebook video, even though there was a breach, I still, when I'm looking at penalty recommendations, I still need to do the balancing between the member's right to political expression and council's purpose in enacting that section of the code. And so what I have recommended to council in those circumstances is that there be no penalty levied against the councillor for that breach. Because there was no breach found with respect to the allegation of intimidation, there's no need for a recommendation. With respect to the allegation of the breach of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, I found there was a breach, and Municipal Conflict of Interest Act is treated differently in the legislation from the Code of Conduct. The Act directs that my decision, if I find a breach of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, is to determine whether or not to bring an application to the Superior Court and ask a judge to consider the breach and impose the remedies that a judge has available to him or her under the Act. In this case, because the breach dealt with, in my view, a pretty obvious breach of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act that dealt with the personal financial interests of the councillor. In this case, I'm exercising my discretion, and we will be bringing an application to the Superior Court and asking the judge to make a finding with respect to the breach and the penalty. So council doesn't need to do anything with respect to that. It's not a recommendation to council. It's a if you will, a delegated authority that's been given to me as Integrity Commissioner. So that application will be issued in the courts and served on the councillor in due course.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Yes.
I'm happy to take questions, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's the way I understood it. So really no action required by council at all. This is, again, you as an independent are serving this to the judicial review, though under the Integrity Commissioner Act, we do have to pay the cost, correct?
That is correct, Your Worship.
Yeah. Councillor Snutch.
I have three quick questions and then I'll regroup here. How long will this process take?
Through Your Worship, we are in process of drafting materials now. I would expect we would have the materials served, if not end of this month, early October. There will be some time to get it in front of the courts. We're reaching out to the courts now to see what their availability is like. Obviously, I have no control over that process. I would hope that we would have this before the court, if not end of this year, early in 2026, and then a decision that will be in the judge's hands as to when that would get rendered.
Okay. And are you aware, well, I'm sure you're aware that there is an election coming up next year. So we could get this, we could get this decision sometime in the spring, and then whatever the consequences are may not matter another 4 months. My second question, during this process, is there any chance that a fine or something would be awarded back to the township so we could recover part of our $50,000? Or are we out the $50,000 or whatever that is, no matter what, that the fine would be either a provincial fine or it would be in a suspension or something that we wouldn't get any money for? So is there a chance we can recuperate any money from this?
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Your Worship. So we will, first of all, do our level best to keep it under 50,000. Whatever costs are incurred, this is civil litigation like any other civil litigation. So there is an opportunity at the end of the process to ask the court to award a portion of the municipality's costs be paid by Councillor Bell. So it wouldn't be a fine in the sense of a fine. What the court has the option to do, the court could at the furthest extreme could remove Councillor Bell from office and order that she be ineligible to run again for up to 7 years. And then at the other extreme of that range, they could order a reprimand. In the middle of that range, they can order that her pay be suspended for up to 90 days. So the remedy will be up to the judge, but at the end of the process, we absolutely can ask for an award of cost to partially reimburse the municipality.
Thank you. I also remember reading somewhere in the Municipal Act that there cannot be any investigations during a certain period before elections. I'm wondering if there's something in process. Does it stop during that period? I just can't remember the details on what is a drop deadline that this has to be decided before, but they stop all this stuff for the next election.
The critical date would be nomination day, which is, I think, probably the third Friday in August of 2026. I am statutorily prohibited from doing an investigation or rendering a report after that date. And if council had one of my reports after that date, you couldn't render a decision on that date. But this process will be in the court's hands as of the date that it's served and filed.
So the election has no meaning on the court case. They proceed at their timeline, correct?
We don't control the courts, your worship. That's correct.
Okay, so it's just logistics here I'm worried about. So we go into that period after August 26th. Councillor Bell has, whether she wants to or not, made a decision to run. She still fights this through and could win the election, and then the decision could come out?
Through your worship, that is a possible outcome.
Okay. My very last question is there anything that Councillor Bell could do now to stop this process by either giving a formal apologies to yourself or by resigning? What could the person do to stop the township from spending this $50,000?
Through your worship, I don't like to speculate, especially when a matter is about to be before the courts. But there's always an opportunity to settle litigation, even litigation of this type. I don't want to speculate or discuss what those options might be, but I can advise council that we will, of course, consider those options during the process.
But that would be you. There's no, council's not involved in this court case, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do to do anything. Okay, any other questions? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. One quick question for you. I know that you said that you don't recommend anything for the other items that are on this integrity report. Would it be out of the way if we asked for Councillor Bell to attend some kind of code of ethics course to understand her role a little bit better? Like, I feel like sometimes she doesn't understand there's boundary issues with that, and maybe that would help clarify that.
Through you, your worship, the council has my recommendation, and council can treat my recommendation the same way you treat a staff recommendation. So it is now in council's hands. If you want to amend that recommendation to add for something that you think would be beneficial, you can certainly do that. So all I would ask council to consider is that you are still within the code of conduct. So if you have the code in front of you, and I can pull it up here, all we have to make sure is that if you're going to amend the recommendation, it's something that's within council's purview in terms of what your code allows you to do. So let me just pull that up for myself so I can tell you what you can or cannot do should you decide to do that. I'm going to pull up your code of conduct. And what I'm looking for in your code is the remedy section. My computer would wake up. There we go. This shouldn't take a second. It would help if I pulled up the council code instead of the employee code. 1 second. There we go. Oh, I almost had it. So there's a section.
I hope you'll forgive all the questions. This is a new process to us.
That's absolutely fine, your worship. I just can't seem to find the remedy section in your code. I know, I've seen it.
Through the chair, I believe it's section 24, compliance with the code of conduct,
Thank you very
24.2.
Yeah, so it 24.2, thank you, Madam Clerk, says in addition to any other consequence imposed by law, members found to have breached this code may be subject to discipline, including return of a gift or benefit, removal from a local board or committee, loss of chairmanship, removal from a local board or committee, again, censure, reprimand, or where applicable, suspension of remuneration paid for his or her services as a member for a period up to 90 days. So what I don't see in
training
this section is training. So council hasn't reserved to itself the authority to do that type of sanction in response to this report.
Okay.
And that's why I wanted to check.
That's, you know what, you're probably not aware, Tony, but I've brought a lot of training to this council. Inauguration, we had, I can't remember the name of Sabine's company that was here, did our original orientation.
Through your worship, Strategy Corp.
Strategy Corp did our original orientation. And then I had John Daly come in and speak on our procedure bylaw and the purpose of that. John Mascaron came and did a presentation on the Municipal Act, as well as our lawyer, John Ewart. So we have had ample training, the most that any council has ever had. So we've, done that. So I think, Councillor Tuyu, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Mr. Fleming. Through you, Mr. Mayor. For the third item, the recommendation states that the Integrity Commissioner trusts that the member will reflect on this report and temper their comments in future so that even where they disagree with the decision, the public understand that the member respects the process and encourages the public to do the same. Regarding this item, for any similar types of incidents that have occurred or continue to occur since that time that demonstrate a repetitive pattern of behavior, is it possible that you would recommend a penalty? And if so, what might that recommended penalty be?
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Your Worship.
Yep.
I don't want to prejudge what may or may not happen, but in answer to your first question, yes, if there is continued behavior in the same sort of vein, then I would consider the recommendation in this report, or the direction rather, caution to the councillor as part of what I would look at as to whether or not a penalty would be appropriate in a future investigation. In terms of what that might look like, it would really depend on the nature of the breach and how I look at that breach in terms of the whole balancing act that I talked about earlier, in terms of trying to give council members the freedom to be able to be politicians while still respecting that as a group, you've directed yourselves to do so in a very specific fashion, and that is to try and be respectful for the process and the decisions of council.
Okay. Councillor Snot did one more, and then Councillor Goff, and then we should move on.
So I just want to, I'm checking my notes from your last comments. So if Councillor Bell resigned right now, then it's over and it doesn't go forward anymore. But there's no, or even if you resign, can you be held responsible for a period when you were a councillor?
So I just want to make sure I understand your question, Councillor. Are you asking what would happen to the litigation if Councillor Bell were to resign?
Yeah, we spent our $50,000 and now just before the decision comes down, she resigns. Is the case over at that point?
It would depend on the circumstances, and again, through you, Your Worship. But I think what we need to remember is that the court also has the authority to declare that the councillor not be eligible to run for office for up to 7 years. So that aspect
investigation would continue then.
It still could, yes.
No.
Okay, thank you. And then one last question. When I read this, I'm reading it that the only thing that you're taking to the Ontario court is the pecuniary interest in where she voted when she shouldn't have voted. Or am I wrong and all of her behavior is going to be discussed?
Through your worship, yeah, through you, Your Worship, the only matter that will be before the court is voting on the penalty with respect to my last report. Nothing else will be put in front of the court, just that incident.
That seems like a for 50 grand, I don't know. We
That's
we
right.
bi- we argue over $1,000 here. It was 50 grand right away just to what? What do we gain out of it?
Well, again, it's not us. We're not the ones proceeding the court. This is between the IC and the counselor and the courts themselves. But under the Integrity Commissioner Act, yes, we have to pay the bill. But there's no decision of council to go to court or not.
So we can't even vote today to turn this down?
Correct.
Okay, well then I guess I asked a whole bunch of questions for nothing.
All right, Councillor Goff.
Actually, Councillor, that's just.
Why are we being asked if we can't turn it
Well, it's
down?
not asked. This is a report. It's our job to receive the report, and there's no action in the report
Yes, it is.
required by council.
It says council fund up to $50,000.
Well, because that we have to under the Integrity Commissioner, we have to pay for the court, so we have to move the money out of one reserve into another. Go ahead, Gail.
Through you, worship, yes, that is because we have not budgeted that sum of money. Consequently, council needs to provide that sum of money to move forward. We do not know the specific amount, as Mr. Fleming had indicated. What we had discussed with Mr. Fleming was an amount up to $50,000, and where that $50,000 is going to come from in terms of the budget.
And I think it's coming out of our stabilization fund is where we're going to move it from, was it not?
Through you, worship, I believe we have an account that is specific to the Integrity Commissioner.
Okay, all right, perfect.
Okay, I have no more questions.
All right, thank you. Yours was answered too, was it, Joe? Yeah, there's no decision on our behalf other than to receive the report.
Through the
So
chair, yes,
with
we do
that,
have a
I will get the
motion.
motion read now, Rebecca.
That the Integrity Commissioner's report dated September 16th, 2025 be received, and that council approve the allocation of funding up to $50,000 from the mayor and council budget, specifically the Integrity Commissioner's account, for expenses associated with the cost of litigation of the Integrity Commissioner's application to the Superior Court of Justice, as outlined in the Integrity Commissioner's report.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, worship.
So I guess we'll get our counselor back, and then what we'll do is we'll reconvene back in the committee though.
Through your worship, if I may, just as the councillor is returning, I think we had indicated we would take a break at noon, but perhaps we could actually deal with that outstanding issue regarding the consultation, and then if you want to consider your lunch break.
Right, we will finish the item we're on prior to, and then we'll go take a lunch break. So we were on community engagement. Oh, I need to go back into committee of the whole. Go ahead, Rebecca.
So that council recess and convene as committee of the whole at 12:04 p.m.
Moved by the deputy mayor, second by Councillor Fisher. All in favor? We are back in committee of the whole. Thank you. So original motion, and I do have an amendment by Councillor Bell. I would look for a seconder for that amendment now. If you want to reread, I'm just going to get Councillor Bell to reread it to refresh our memories.
That the staff recommendation for report AD 2325 be amended to include the survey for the municipally owned properties at 2287 and 2291 Highway 12 be circulated to council for comment, and that the finalized survey be returned to council with a proposed timeline for posting, runtime, and return for consideration date, and that the amended plan be approved.
Moved by Councillor Bell, second by Councillor Fisher. Any other comments on the amendment? We did have a good discussion on it. All in, yes.
Through your worship, if you can just give us an opportunity to have that prepared for you. We will condense it slightly so that it just ultimately reflects what Councillor Bell is seeking. So if you could just give us a moment while we create that motion, that would be great.
We're in council. We post
Through the chair, could I just ask Councillor Bell to read the second half of the amendment, please?
That the finalized survey be returned to council with a proposed timeline for posting, duration of the survey, and return to council date.
Through the chair, thank you for your patience. Just done. So the amendment. The amendment that we have before council is moved by Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Fisher, that the motion before council be amended to include the following, and that the draft public engagement survey for the municipally owned properties at 2287 and 2291 Highway 12 be circulated to council for comment, and that the final public engagement survey be returned to council with a proposed timeline for posting, duration of the survey, and return to council date before being issued to the community.
So that's amendment. I have a mover and a seconder. I won't be supporting the amendment. I have faith in our staff to do this. So all in favor of the amendment? 3, all opposed.
Sorry, I would want a recorded vote. Can
Yep,
do a
we can,
recorded vote,
we're in
please?
council, I believe, are we
Through you,
not?
worship.
No, we're in committee of the whole, so we're in committee of the whole. So opposed. That is defeated. So on the original motion on the floor, do I have a mover and a seconder, I believe? I think I do.
Yes, through the chair, the mover was Councillor Tuyu and the seconder was Deputy Mayor Bell.
All right. So on the original motion, I'll wait till you pull the screen down because I'm told the folks like to see how we all in favor. Opposed, if any? One opposed. Okay, thank you. So that finishes our, whoops, I gotta scale back here. We're on the department reports, but why don't we break for lunch now? What are you thinking? Half an hour, folks?
We need more than that to be able to leave, get food.
Be
and come
back, like what? 45 minutes, and that'll get us back here at like 10 to 1. Is that good, everybody? Yep, 12:50. Yes,
I'll need a mover and a seconder, please,
for the break.
for the recess. Yes.
Okay, I moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher to recess. All in favor? We will reconvene at 12:50. Thank you. Yeah, so 10 to 1. Okay, Colton, looks like I got the gangs all here, as they say. That one's done. We are live, so I just waiting, everybody's sitting down. I'll look for Rebecca for a roll call, please.
I can confirm you have quorum.
Thank you. So we're on to the, what's the next one? Where did we leave off? Building, okay, we're on the department reports. So the first one I have is the building department report. Let's read, we're in committee of the whole, but let's read the motion, get it on the table.
That report BP 3325 dated July 28, 2025 regarding 2024 annual building department report be received as information.
Okay, moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu. So I will open it up for discussion. Anything you want to add, Charlotte?
So this is just the annual report required by Act that we have to make public. So it's from last year, 2024. It's a bit late getting on the agenda this year, but if anyone has questions, hopefully I can help you out.
I'm seeing any questions, Councillor Bell.
I do. Sorry, I just need to scroll to it. I have a few questions. Now to get back to that part of the document. So we're drawn down to 121,241, and the reserve that we had to pull was 243,000, so double. So I guess the first concern is, you know, how are we going to be able to cover that moving forward since it's double the amount that we have left? Like, are we facing another 243? And is it like how? Yeah, so I'll start with that. I have a few different questions, but I'll start with that through the chair.
I'm looking for the chief building or Minot. This I think is a Minot question. Go ahead. Go to our director of finance.
Right, through the chair. There was a change in legislation that started in 2023, but was implemented in 2024 year end. So that's why the transfer to reserve is different than what we were anticipating. So what happened is the recognition of building revenues is no longer when the money comes in. Before, people were asking for a building permit, they would submit their application, we would get the money, and it was recognized in the year they pay it. It's no longer how we have to do it. So we had to go back 2 years and look at all the revenues that we collected for building permits. And now it's recognized when we reach certain milestone, and we work with the building department to determine what those milestones were. So just to give you an example, I'm not saying that's what we're doing, but let's say when you're ready to do the first inspection, this means 20% of the revenue. So there's a lot going on in the background, and that's why it looks like we're pulling from reserve, and we are, but we actually put money aside in a different, it's called deferred revenue, which is not really a reserve, but kind of, it's similar to how we use it. So it's an in and out. It's not really a change in revenue overall. It's just the year that it's going to be recorded.
Okay.
Follow up. Good. All right.
No, I had two more.
Yes, carry on.
So thank you. So the next question is so on the septic re-inspections, I tried to learn how this works with the re-inspection. So it can be argued that they fall under the Ontario Building Code or not because they are user funded. They're a special levy, special area charge to those who are funding it. So it's showing that the cost of 91,278 is not being, if this is my understanding, that it's not being recaptured at the time because we pay the contractor to come in and do the inspections. And then we're on a term where we let people pay $30 a year versus $150. So we put the money out and then we don't collect it until 5 years later. So that's inflating the amount of deficit, and it's not a real number. And in this report, it says, well, we're going to look at building permit fees and reconsider them. So my concern is, are we going to look at building permit fees, put building permit fees up across the board to cover the fact that we are not collecting the money to pay for the septic reinspection program? Like, it's a false number, right? Like, so I'm trying to understand what we're doing with that. Like, why is that even in the building budget when it's a special area charge?
I can answer that through
Go
the
ahead.
chair. So the septic reinspection program, the mandatory is under the Building Code Act. So it is by the Ontario Building Code. So that's why it's under the building budget. That 94,000 or 92,000 was when we hired a consultant to undertake that program. We haven't done that this year, nor are we planning on doing it next year. We are doing it internally. So we won't have that kind of expense. And that, again, we do collect 30 years, through the tax revenue. We do collect for the program right through. So some years we make more than other years, but they balance over the 5-year.
Depending on how many inspections get done that year. Yeah.
Okay, so at the end of the day, though, that $92,000 is not going to have an impact on how we consider what building permits cost next year. Like, we're not going to use that as a factor in determining that we want to raise the cost of a building permit because we have a $92,000 deficit, right? Like, that's what I'm worried about, is inflating that number and then using it in a calculation to charge all general taxpayers because we're not collecting from that program.
I'll go to Laura first and then Mano.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. The building permit fees will be assessed separately. The mandatory septic reinspection is assessed separately as well. So there are two different cost centers, all under the building code, our building department, and that's where we'll determine those fees and charges as appropriate.
Thank you. And then just one more question. The report says that there are no indirect costs, but then there are indirect costs because we have HR, IT, whatever, insurance, admin. In all of the budgets, we allocate some amount to each department, is my understanding. And so I don't know why the mention of zero indirect costs is in the report. So are we still allocating some amount of all of those other things to the building department? And then if so, why are we saying there's no indirect costs? I'm just confused by why that's in the report.
Laura?
Through you, Mr. Chair. It is mandatory under the legislative requirement that we talk about the direct and indirect costs. Councillor Bell is correct that at this point that cost sharing is not reflected in that. So there are no indirect costs attributed to the building department at this time.
Right.
Okay, so just for clarity, but so then the administrative, HR, those things, you don't consider those indirect costs?
Laura?
Through the chair, for the purposes of this report at this time, no, we do not consider them indirect costs.
All right. Any other questions from council members? All in favor of receiving the report? That is carried. Next, I have the flag use policy. Rebecca?
That report AD 1825 dated August 18, 2025 regarding flag use policy be received, and that policy AD 0109 flag use policy be amended as shown in Schedule H for report AD 1825.
So on the policy, can I have a mover to put it on the floor? The deputy mayor, second by Councillor Fisher. Questions or comments? Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I think it's a great idea to put a flag policy in place. I just have one concern around the language that says the Township of Ramara reserves the right to deny any flag raising request if, in the opinion, it doesn't meet values, vision, or community standards. And the only thing I worry about with that is if there's an unintended opportunity to create a situation of bias where someone says, well, you know, what was the reason that you didn't choose the flag? So I know there's some things outlined in the policy that speak to it, but I think that it would be useful if there were if there was a way to capture the denials and the reasons why for transparency. So there could be like a registry that said, these are the reasons that we denied this particular flag. So that's one comment. And the second comment is we haven't talked about a third flagpole. And I just think if we had the third flagpole, things might be easier as well, because then you could schedule different flags in even ahead of time. So for example, we would have known today a couple of weeks ahead of time about a flag raising. So it might alleviate some of the pressure on staff if we had that third, and then we would be able to develop a policy around how long does any particular flag fly on the third pole, and it would leave our two flags flying at all times. So those are the two things that I was thinking of. And I do have an amendment, but I don't know if anybody else has comments that they would like to make.
I'll go around the table first, and I think we have 3 flag poles right now, so you must be referring to a 4th flag pole. Yeah. Not seeing any. Oh, Councillor Snodch, go ahead.
Just further to Councillor Bell's comments about providing reasons why we would return down a flag. I'll take the opposite approach. I think that we should make sure that we spell out that it's at our council's sole discretion. So we don't get into why we approve certain things. I mean, so that's my point, is that I certainly wouldn't want to have to provide reasons. That's how you get into lawsuits. I mean, we have to rely on the judgment of council to decide, or staff to decide what flags go up. And that's all I have to say.
That's kind of how it's been in the past. Yes, sir. So no other comments. Melissa.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, just on that point, it is the clerk or designate in coordination with the mayor and or CAO who would make that decision based on this policy.
There's just certain wording that would allow it to be perfectly clear. You see it in a lot of legal documents. You know, we don't have to be, it should be saying something like the sole discretion, which means it's the sole discretion. You don't have to have a reason.
That saves lawsuits. Yeah, when you have, it's kind of like when you do a tender and you say you may not necessarily take the lowest tender. If you don't have that in there, then you better be taking the lowest tender. So it's Councillor Bell, comment?
Sorry, I guess I'm not going to bother with an amendment because there's obviously no point, but I would say that it would be useful if the people who asked to have the flag raised would receive some kind of response back from the municipality, because oftentimes we don't see people having a response sent back to them in the past. So if part of this policy would be that there is a document created that's provided to the person who asked to have a flag raised and the answer is yes or no, then they wouldn't be wondering how come their flag didn't fly or why they didn't hear anything back. So I do still think that there needs to be a process in place that helps people understand what's happening and why it's happening. Because to just say at the sole discretion of council still leaves it very much that if we don't like your event, we won't fly your flag. And I don't think that that's the approach that we want to take.
That's exactly what it means. That is exactly what it means. Councillor Melissa, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So just to confirm, there, as part of this, we will be putting a procedure in place, and it will be very much like where a request for a certificate or a special event invitation, it will be on a page, and it will be a form that can be filled out, and staff will be providing responses.
All right. Any other questions or comments? All in favor of the motion? Opposed, if any? That is carried. Yes. So now canine control bylaw. It's a long one.
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
before Rebecca introduces the motion, this report was actually on the August 25th agenda, and due to time constraints, it got pushed forward to this particular agenda. And at that point, we'd certainly invited the public to provide any inputs or what have you to be considered. And so after Rebecca reads the motion, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Devi will actually introduce the report and also capture one of the more material changes that she would recommend to council as part of the input that was received.
Okay, thank you. So we'll read it and then we'll look for the comments.
That report CD 2125 dated August 18th, 2025 regarding canine control bylaw be received, and that bylaw 2005.76 as amended canine control bylaw be repealed and replaced with the version attached as Schedule A to this report to come into effect upon approval of short form wording and set fines, and that staff be authorized to seek approval for short form wording and set fines in accordance with the Provincial Offences Act as outlined in Schedule C of the draft bylaw, and that staff review opportunities to establish an administrative monetary penalty shape AMPs for the canine control bylaw and report back to council as time permits.
Okay, so I'll move her to put it on the floor. Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu. Go ahead. Caitlin, is it? Yes.
Thank you. Through you, the chair. So this report was drafted just based on a lot of things, the outdatedness of the bylaw and a lot of things that were coming to light in response for service. So when it did get the opportunity to go forward to the public was very good at emailing. I believe they copied a councillor through most of it. And one of the main concerns that you guys have heard is based on signage. So we've made the amendment. I've spoken with with each member of public who's put in stuff. We've addressed all of their concerns, explained why they may not be feasible to us, but also clarified some wording, as well as taken the recommendations and modified the bylaw where it needed modification, specifically in regards to the signage that needs to be posted for dangerous dogs. This bylaw is currently, it's more enhancing of authorities that we have. So I know that looks a lot different than our current one. It's because as bylaw enforcement, we do draw from different acts, we do draw from different agencies, and we do require those different authorities coming from either a provincial or federal or an other municipality case law in order to move forward and better serve our residents with the issues they're having.
Thank you. Questions or comments? And did we have an amendment to that to cover the signage?
Through the chair, yes, we do have a proposed amendment that would cover that wording that Ms. Devi mentioned. So I can read that now when Colton's just putting it up on the screen as well. So the amendment that's proposed is that the motion before council be amended as follows to add, and that section 4.5 of Schedule A, the draft canine control bylaw, be amended as follows. Where a dog is declared a dangerous dog and an order to restrain is served on the owner of the dog, the following requirements individually or in conjunction shall be imposed on the owner. A, when the owner is on the property of the owner, or when the dog is on the property of the owner, the dog shall be restrained to the side or rear yard with a securely placed leash or a fully enclosed pen of sufficient design and strength to contain the dog. B, when the dog is off the property of the owner, the dog shall be restrained by means of a securely attached muzzle, a leash with a maximum length of 1 meter, 3.28 feet, of sufficient strength and under the effective control of a person 16 years of age or older. C, the owner of the dog shall display a warning sign at the main entrance of the property that's clearly visible. Warning of a dog on the premises. The sign shall be no smaller than 8 inches by 12 inches. D, provide the township with a copy of current rabies vaccination records.
So if the mover and seconder are fine, we're in committee of the whole, then can that amendment, or do you need a separate vote on the amendment?
Through the chair, we would first need a mover and a seconder to put the amendment on the floor. If that carries, then we will take an additional vote on the amended motion, right, but we will not need a new mover and seconder.
I'll get a different mover and a seconder for that amendment, or we find Councillor Cobb. And we will, yeah. Oh, you want to speak on the amendment first? Go, yeah. All right, go ahead. Well, let me get it on the floor. It's moved by Goff and Fisher. Put the amendment on the floor. Well, before I vote, he wants to speak on it. So speak on the amendment. Go ahead, Dave. Councillor Snutch.
So in this amendment, there is no standard sign that must be posted with Ramara Township, and we design it dangerous dog, so that you're still leaving it up to them to get their own sign done up, which I think we should have a standard metal plaque that is Township of Ramara, dangerous dog, posted with the bylaw number, and that should be mounted to the green sign in front of every residence. That's what I think should happen, not this, which you're still allowing people to make up their own signs.
I will look over this direction, whether Tony, you want to take it, or whether David wants to.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through yourself to Councillor Snutch. We did think of that, and the biggest concern was the application of this sign to without causing any undue stress to the residents of Ramara, that they can pick up a sign and have it within 48 hours. And it's readily available at all hardware stores or whatever. So that was the intent of making it a readily available sign that can be posted quickly. And the wording of the bylaw would say auspiciously. So same wording we use in the fire code to ensure that it's readily available to the residents. If it is the will of council to fabricate our own, there is a cost, which I'm assuming we could recoup, but we would have to manufacture that sign, have it on hand, and be able to get it out to the person. The other issue is installation. We would want the person to do it. You did mention it should be on the green sign, which in those applications is good, but not everyone has a green sign. So you really have to get drilled down and be specific on mounting. By putting auspicious, it means has to be readily available to anyone coming up to the property and readily visible. By designating the location, you would also have to include then, okay, on the green sign and also on your house beside your address or something, because not everyone has a green sign.
But doesn't the majority of people have green signs? And in a case, we could say where a green sign exists. I mean, I agree with you. I just think we're going to run into all sorts of problems. Everybody's going to have a different sign. It's not going to be recognizable from the public. Some will be in yellow, some will be in black, some will have small fonts, some will have large fonts. Other will have pictures of vicious dogs, and the other one will have a little picture of a little puppy there waiting for his biscuit to get sympathy. So I would strongly encourage council to stick to a standardized sign that's mounted. This is a big problem in the township. What's the harm with us mounting it? If we have to, you guys mounted my generator sign for me. So good points, but haven't convinced me.
All right, well, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I think my concern is liability. As soon as you put Ramara Township on any sign, we're all of a sudden liable. If they don't put it in the right place, if they put a tree in front of it and somebody gets hurt, we become liable immediately because we're part of that. That's my thoughts.
Any other comments on the amendment? Okay, well, I'll vote on the amendment now to add to the bylaws. Are your comments on the amendment or the rest of it? Because all right, we'll do the amendment and then we'll go back to the. Oh,
sorry, Your Worship. I was just going to pass it along to Ms. Deavy. She has a couple of comments to add because she's done the bulk of research on this. So if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. The main reason we don't want to put our name on the sign is for insurance reasons. If we're advertising that, yes, we are liable, but also in our current bylaw, the one that is currently enforceable, it has a clause that we can't uphold. It says something about how if you have a dangerous dog, it's been declared, you need to now carry $2 million and name the town as part of that insurance person. So we now have to be insured. I can't find anywhere in Ontario that will be insuring that for that amount, and yet alone in a rural municipality full of livestock guardian dogs. They do have people who will insure it in Toronto, but they're private insurance companies. We don't have the staffing, we don't have the manpower to follow up and ensure that, yes, we are insured through their insurance for their liable dangerous dog, which is why we don't want to post our logo on their sign.
All I'm saying is that we need some type of, is it going to be waterproof? What happens if it comes down? How long do they have to replace it? I think there's a lot of, what I'm going to be shooting for in this is to defer this again, because there's a whole bunch of issues. This is a great bylaw and it takes us well into the future and out of the past, but I think it can be perfected a little bit more. So I would like to turn down that amendment, go back to the original discussion and figure out if there's other things that we want to put in it and bring it back to council. We've been years and this is good. We've made good progress. Let's just do it right to the end, because I've got a bunch of things coming up when we get back to the point where we discuss the other things.
All right. I think you were done. I guess my comment would be our old bylaw is so outdated. I want to see this one get passed ASAP. And then we can monitor it for a year. And if we have to tweak it, these are all living documents. And as you move down the road, we see how it's working out. If people are using paper signs, then, we'll look at that in the future. But I think we need to get a new one on the books, get it passed. Nothing's perfect. But they're all living documents. This one looks pretty good and solid, especially compared to what we have in the books now. So I think we need to move forward with it. That's my position. Councillor's not shit. Well, let me do the amendment first. I've got the amendment on the floor. We'll get the amendment up one more time and then we can vote on it.
Through the chair, would you like me to read it again?
Yes, please.
So that the motion before committee of the whole be amended as follows to add, and that section 4.5 of Schedule A, the draft canine control bylaw, be amended as follows. Where a dog is declared a dangerous dog and an order to restrain is served on the owner of the dog, the following requirements individually or in conjunction shall be imposed on the owner. A, when the dog is on the property of the owner, the dog shall be restrained to the side or rear yard with a securely placed leash or a fully enclosed pen of sufficient design and strength to contain the dog. B, when the dog is off the property of the owner, the dog shall be restrained by means of a securely attached muzzle, a leash with a maximum length of 1 meter, 3.28 feet of sufficient strength and under the effective control of a person 16 years of age or older. C, the owner of the dog shall display a warning sign at the main entrance of the property that is clearly visible, warning of a dog on the premises. The sign shall be no smaller than 8 inches by 12 inches. D, provide the township with a copy of current rabies vaccination records.
Okay. So once again, on the amendment, oh, wait, here. All in favor? This is the amendment only. Opposed of any?
Well, I'm actually with Councillor Snatch. I just, so I don't, it doesn't matter the amendment.
Well, this is
to me,
just on
so-
the amendment.
Okay,
So
so
now
it doesn't
we're-
matter. I can approve it then, I guess.
Right, yeah. Now we're gonna vote on the bylaw as amended is what would be now. So now the bylaw, the entire bylaw is back on for discussion. So comments on the bylaw? Yes.
Okay, so just a question, because I don't know, if we're not there yet to decide, but if we were to defer, are we now deferring the amended motion? Okay, all right, so
All right, go ahead.
okay, thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure. I just have a question about section 6.4. Just some of the language that's in there. I think it's great. Absolutely. We need to talk about kennels and licensing of kennels. One of the requirements is a diagram of what the kennel would look like. I know some breeders who don't actually have pens. They have kennel licenses out of their homes. And there's nothing but a dog run where they would go out to use the facilities and come back in and live as family pets. It says in section C that you want a site plan that's drawn to scale showing all the buildings and everything. So is that basically what the property looks like because they don't actually have a kennel for their kennels? Or kennels for their kennel?
Go ahead.
Through the chair. Yes, you're correct. It would be a site plan of the property and just a layout of the property so that we would have exactly where those dogs would be located because there's another section that ties into this through our zoning bylaw that says a kennel cannot be operated within 300 meters of. So it allows more flexibility in where we're measuring. So, I mean, they want to have the dogs over here, but it doesn't meet the measuring requirements. But if they have it on this side of the property, it may meet those measuring requirements.
Follow up.
Okay, so for example, and this is, for example, it doesn't affect anything in Ramara. This is for family member in Aurelia, so nothing to do in here, but just out of curiosity. So they have a kennel license, they're registered breeder with Canadian Kennel Club, blah, 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 blah. They have within the limits of how many dogs are permitted with regular bylaws, not within the kennel bylaw in that municipality. So is there provisions for that? Like if you have a registered breeder who doesn't have a kennel, but they're a registered breeder with the Canadian Kennel Club, so they have to be a registered kennel, is this going to be now exclusionary of them being able to breed their dogs in Ramara?
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
It's not exclusionary to them.
Okay.
Right. But we've already got a policy for kennels and through our site planner, what's it called again?
We do have a licensing bylaw for them. This
Right.
is just being more specific in the care of the kennel.
Yeah. Councillor Goff.
I have a question regarding your definition of hunting dog. It says means a dog trained or bred to assist hunters as in flushing or retrieving game. And they have to bear a valid license from the Ministry of Natural Resources for hunting use. Retrievers don't need a license to be licensed through the Ministry of Natural Resources. So
Yeah, not just retrievers, but I think any dog that's actually meant not to chase animals through into it. Yeah.
So through the chair.
Yes.
That definition came out of the hunting regulations, but I'd be happy to revise it and just double check.
most definitely, because I know that Labrador retrievers and any dogs that are retrieving birds for you that aren't actually chasing don't need a license for the Ministry of Natural Resources.
Yes, and I think you're correct. I just
I know I am correct.
I just need to double check before I say yes.
Yeah, I know we used to breed them.
And your worship.
Yes.
Just in fairness, that's the definition of a hunting dog, which I'm assuming talks more to a dog that would chase like deer out of the bush, whereas a retriever, this isn't defining a retriever, it's defining a hunting dog. So is that perhaps the stipulation?
Yeah, we could just, they're not included. Yeah, because the hunting dogs are everything from bear hounds to wolf hounds, which we have in this township.
I think that's your definition, because the hunting dog that tracks game out of the bush is hunting, where a retriever is retrieving what you've hunted.
But also with flushing dogs, German short hair pointers are flushing bird, like they're flushing grouse or partridge, whatever. So that's still a hunting dog, but it's not a chasing dog, if you mean, which is what you're.
Yeah, and I think instead of belaboring this, we'll get better definition, but if those pointers are considered hunting dogs rather than they would be licensed according to this. Is it okay? Okay.
Right.
We'll research that.
All right. Is that it? I'm going to go to Dana. Go, Councillor, to you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to Officer Devey. One of my residents had noticed in the section 5.6.1 that it said working livestock guardian dogs are not exempt from the dogs running at large regulation when actively engaged in their duties. I know that we've already had communication on this, and thank you for acknowledging that this was a typo, that they are in fact exempt. Right.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure the residents knew that. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead. If they're in pursuit, say of a coyote at the time, they're exempt, but then they have to return immediately. These dogs can't be running all over the creation here. It's when they're chasing an animal away from the livestock, they may time to time leave the property while they're chasing it, and then they always return. So, and that's under the ag.
Well, that's fine. I'm trying to figure out what would happen if somebody's got a dog in a shoreline residential area and they are trying to get it classified as a working dog. And what does that, where does that leave us?
It's under OMAFRA rulings. One, you have to have the livestock that dog is claiming to protect. Like anybody can have a Miramar, but
Chickens, there
it's
seems to be
not,
a lot of them around lately.
I don't think chickens are on the list. It's goats, sheep, cattle, I believe is what they're protecting. Yeah, yeah.
I'm finished.
So, Councillor Bell, I think you had your hand.
I do. I have a couple of things. So I just, for clarity though, we haven't worked at the fines yet. That's still coming. And then you're going to come back to council with the fine structure, or this, what's here is the fine structure that you're going to go forward with.
Through the chair, those are the suggested fines put forward that we would like to suggest. The Attorney General has not approved them. They may decline them, they may reduce them, they may enhance them.
Okay, but you've already presented them. So there isn't opportunity to talk about the fine structure that we're using at this point, or there still is?
There still is.
Okay, so I went and looked at it from a different perspective because I was looking at it from abuse of animals and the cruelty side. And so I did put out social media and just ask questions, like, and I floated some numbers because I wanted to see what people thought. And so I had cruelty as high as $2,000. And I looked at other municipalities that were in our range from 10 to 50,000 people to try to see who was doing what. And you could even go higher, but I just wanted to get a sense of what people would think about higher fines. And I had no feedback at all in the negative. People were supportive of higher fines for anything that related to cruelty. I also looked at immediate seizure of an animal in the event that there's cruelty, which other municipalities do have in their structure. And then I did get some feedback. So one of the big pieces of feedback I had was from a veterinarian, and her feeling is that it should not be up to the municipality or any staff member to determine whether a dog is dangerous. And that should be done by a veterinarian. And evidently that's done. I haven't had time to go research this part yet, but evidently that is done in other municipalities. I did go back to the veterinarian and say, but if that happens, how is that funded? And how does that process work? How does the veterinarian make the decision? Who transports the animal and to make the decision? I did not get an answer back. So I don't have all the information, which is why I'm saying I was in support of Councillor Snutch's idea that maybe we just hold off till another meeting so we can collect more information. So those were two pieces. The next one had to do with, I'm just going to say them all because it's the feedback I got. So excrement, people want higher fines for that. But then on the other side, it's hard to enforce because you have to be there when it happens. So you can put the higher fine in. I don't know if it means anything. I received feedback that people don't like our tags because once they go on and off a couple of times, the loop, I guess, stretches. And so then it just falls off the dog. So they would like us to look at different kinds of tags that have better staying quality, I guess, over time. One person asked, if my dog goes out without the tag, accidentally runs out the house, are you going to fine me? I said, probably by law would be more happy to work with you and help you, return your dog safely than to worry about finding you in an accidental situation. But I don't know what your position on that would be. Category should be added for people who dump dogs. So for example, earlier this year, we had shepherds that were dumped out on one of the beaches. And if you were able to, I imagine if you found that owner, you probably wouldn't be able to collect any money anyway, because they dumped the dogs. But could there be a part of this that includes a fine if someone just dumps their animals, or, I've seen them, tied to a signpost and left on the side of the road, that kind of thing. So room to add that into the structure. And on the 3 dogs. So the concern that I had on that was, on a rural property, somebody might have 5 dogs. And I guess what I was trying to, this is partially question, partially statement, I guess. I think the reason that we have the not more than 3 dogs is maybe captured in the kennel side of things, or the breeding side of things. Because if you start to have 5 or 6 or 7, I think what you're worried about is somebody having an illegal kennel. And then I think that gets captured in the illegal kennel part. So I'm not sure what I know, because I know both sides of it, but just so that we know the rationale for not more than 3, because a rural property, you might have 5 dogs and they just might be your pets. So if we limit it, then I don't know if do all municipalities limit it, or could it be done rural versus settled, or I don't know. So I guess I'm saying I'm in support of waiting a little bit longer. And if we're going to architect an old bylaw, see if we can consider everything and just do it once.
I know we did have somebody come to this council that wanted an exemption because they had 4 dogs. Council did not grant it, and we couldn't find another municipality that would allow more than 3 dogs. So go ahead if you want to respond to that.
Through the chair, there's a few things. The set fine schedule that you're talking to, that is for part 1 offenses only. So that only goes up to $1,000. So anything that we do otherwise, if we're looking for higher fines that way, officers would proceed with a part 3 summons to court, and we would go through the court process, and the court would set the fine from there. From there, if per person, it could go up to $10,000, $25,000. We don't seem to be getting those out of our courthouse right now. But those fines are there. This is just for part 1, fine on the spot, same as a speeding ticket. The other thing that you said is the limit for 3 dogs. That is out of our old bylaw, and I did carry it forward. Out of my experience, there are many municipalities that do have workarounds around this, and they do limit them to different things. The workaround that we have for certain properties right now is we've served them with a notice of violation, do not get another dog when one passes away, et cetera, et cetera. This bylaw currently before you allows for that interpretation to be broadened. So they have 3 dogs that are pets, but they may have 2 livestock guardian dogs, but 3 are indoor pets. Now you have 5 dogs on that property. Now you want to have another dog that kind of falls in the gray area. Now you can apply for a kennel license. We have 3 different stages of kennels. So they would be a hobby kennel, not one that we're going to go and be like, are you guys making money? Are you guys breeding? Are you doing this? It's a hobby kennel, which permits them to do it. And they have to meet the certain standards, which is more restrictive for in-town lots versus rural lots. So I think this draft bylaw does capture that. I believe it's a very doable portion for that. But if you'd like to see it clarified, we could certainly work the language.
The guardian dogs, because I had them, they're a different category. It's based on acres and the amount of livestock you have, and that's provincially regulated, right? So, and again, so they don't count as your pets. Councillor
Well, I know
Goff.
in rural, like one side of the street can be, as in David's area, is shoreline residential, and the other side's rural, and limit on dogs is for the noise and everything else. Just because they're across the street and have a different rural designation doesn't mean that they should have 5, 10 dogs. Right? It's all relative.
Councillor Snotch.
I have a few things on why I think this should be deferred, and I will be making an amendment, but I really don't know what the amendment is until I finish these questions. The first thing I've noticed in this is the leashes for anybody walking their dog can't exceed 1.8 meters. So maybe I'm reading it wrong, but every time I see somebody walking a dog, they're on one of these extendable leashes. And I would say that's the majority of people. And I just don't, if your dog's on a leash, it's on a leash. You can pull the dog back. So I would like to have some discussion amongst us on that later. The second thing is Article 3.6D. I think that's about notifying the township within 24 hours if the dog passes away or is sold, or there's another thing. I think we're just asking for trouble. I don't see what's wrong with a 2-week notice to let the township know the dog has died. They've got other things to worry about for 24 hours. So that's the second thing. Number one was the leash length. Number two was that. Number three was all the stuff we've talked about, the sign, but I won't talk about the sign. But I also think that we should have a map on our website or where all the dangerous dogs live. And I have two questions here. I'll ask them both for Tony. One, are these dangerous dogs allowed in dog parks? Because I read it twice and I couldn't come up with a conclusion.
I'm actually going to defer that question, but I don't believe they are, Caitlin.
But where does it say in the bylaw that they cannot go there?
Well, they've got to be leashed and muzzled at all times, but carry on.
It's actually a part of the order that's issued. So it's not specific in the bylaw, but
Okay.
the restrictions are on the order that's issued.
Okay. And can people buy their dog licenses online?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe they can. And so there was another request that you're probably going to bring up, and it was request for a lifetime dog license. And we are pursuing that, but it doesn't have to be captured in this bylaw. That can be captured in the fees and services bylaw. That's why it's not brought up here. And just to speak to your leash question, I just quickly reviewed this, and I think that's only applicable to dangerous dogs.
No, if we can clarify that by somebody telling me now, unless I read it wrong. The dangerous dogs is a shorter period. I think it's it's half that size for a dangerous dog.
I'm just reading under the definition. Restrained means under control and where used in connection with a dog which is subject of an order. To restrain means the dog shall be controlled by the owner, being muzzled, leashed with a leash no longer than 1.8 meters to 6 feet. I don't know if there's any other clarity you can add to that, Ms. Stevie.
I have to reread it again. I don't have time, but I think any restriction on a regular dog should just be, if they're, well, maybe you have to put, it can't be 50 feet, but I don't think we can ban expandable leashes for dogs that aren't dangerous. And as long as that's not in there, I'd have to go through it all again, then I'd be fine for that. But if it means that every single person who has a dog can only have a leash of 1.8 meters, then we need to look at it. So in summary, I have three reasons for an amendment. One is the size of the leash, which we have clarification on. Too short of a period for letting the township know if the dog has died or whatever, sold. And the signs and putting a website up that shows the dangerous dogs. And I do agree with Councillor Bell that the fines are all too low. And with that, we'll go for other questions.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about the length of a leash, only under the restraint, and that ties to the order. I mean, dogs must be leashed, but I don't think we stipulate how long the leash is. But under a restraint order, we do. And it's, 6 feet with a muzzle with et cetera, is what I saw. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. And just if we're going to form an amendment with, or it's for a deferral, I would still want to include investigating the veterinarian decreeing that the dog is dangerous, because the veterinarian who spoke to me about it was very, very passionate, and she felt very strongly that there are too often cases where a dog is deemed dangerous and it shouldn't be deemed dangerous. So I would still like to have that investigated to find out how other municipalities do it and what are the logistics. Can it even work in Ramara because we don't have a veterinarian close by here where the canine area is. And on the dog tags, that doesn't have to be part of but just I don't know I don't have a dog, so I don't know what the dog tags we use are, or if they can be improved. So maybe just if we're going to do an amendment anyway, then bringing that back too, so that we can figure out why they slip off.
Do you want to comment on that? Because the comments I get, people don't think we deem them dangerous soon enough. What is the comments that I've been hearing from people?
Through the chair to Councillor Bell, and I will let Ms. Deavy speak to it as well, but it is captured in the definitions, what defines a dangerous dog. And I am not taking anything away from a veterinarian, but this gives the bylaw officer the ability to act expediently when something happens, and it defines it based on bite, based on killing, and disposition of tendency to have threatening or aggressive behavior, which menacing behavior. That one perhaps could get more definition from a veterinarian. However, if you're looking for a way to control this so people can have the peace of mind walking down the street, we're trying not to be over invasive on people's ability to own a pet, but also protect the people that have the right to walk down the street as well.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to be clear. This isn't me speaking. I'm speaking on behalf of the people, just so you know, I don't have a for or against. I want to just make sure that it's been a long time in doing the bylaw. So if there's all of the information that we can get, that architects it properly. And this veterinarian just felt very passionately that sometimes mistakes are made, but I also know very well the danger of a dog and someone who's frightened by it. You would want to know that there's a dangerous dog on the property. So it's not a for or against thing. I just think if that's something that municipalities are doing and we're going to amend and come back, I'd like to just know how other municipalities do it. That's all.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I'm understanding exactly what Councillor Bell is referencing, and I do understand working with vets and stuff in the area. We do work very closely to them. Should a vet come to us and have a proposal saying, yes, this dog is dangerous, we would assess their obvious recommendation through Dunbar's bite scale, which is very commonly used in veterinary practices, which is what is now accomplished in this draft bylaw. People have the option for an appeal. So it's not just officer's discretion. If we come out and we issue it and that person really feels their dog didn't do it, they can appeal it. We do have a whole appeal process, which is the same way that every other municipality that I can think of that is similar operating to Ramara operates. If yes, our officers go out and issue an order, people can appeal it. We do issue that and we offer it in different stages. You can appeal it upon being issued. You can appeal it 1 year from the time.
All right. So I have a motion on the floor at the moment to pass the bylaw as amended. Question, comment, Dave, or an amendment or a deferral?
I just have a question on the 1.8. Tony, I'm looking at, I guess the second page. There's categories down the left-hand side saying running at large. And then it says prohibited except for hunting. And then it says prohibited leash length maximum 1.8 meters. Is that where you were looking? Even if
Sorry, what page were you looking at? Do you have
let
the
me
page
see.
by
I'll have to go up
chance?
here a bit.
I think you said
I'm just looking for it. Where I was looking was under
Page 2.
Page 2. It starts at page 5. Just a minute.
Page 2 of the bylaw?
If I may, I think you're looking at my report, which is just clarifying some of the changes. And if you go through the bones of the bylaw, you'll see that that's
So the report is wrong?
No, it's clarifying the changes. That's for dangerous dog. When you get into the actual bylaw, there wasn't a stipulation saying how long the leash had to be, only in the case of dangerous dogs.
Correct.
If that's true, I'm happy, but I just don't want any confusion. And the 1.8 is right in there.
Through the chair to Councillor Snutch, I think we're in agreement that we don't want to be over restrictive on dog owners. This is simply to capture the aggressive behavior of a dangerous dog. And by no means do we want to restrict someone's ability to enjoy a pet that is well behaved.
No. Okay, so I have a bylaw as amended on the floor, moved and seconded. That's what's on the floor right now.
Right, so I want to make an amendment to that.
What would you like? Yes.
Okay, so, excuse me.
That's right.
So I'm going to say again, I believe this, I'd like to say that the signs would be standard, whether you put the Township of Ramara on it or not, and they get posted on the green signs. I'd like to see a website of where the dangerous dogs are. And I would like to get 33.6D changed. That's too short of a period. And that's it. If someone could put that into, sorry.
And then I would want to add to it though.
The fines?
But just to get the information on veterinarian consultation. So just like more pieces to it. And
so, all right, so you have an amendment. I'm just looking for clarification on the posting on the website. Excuse me.
Through the chair, this was a recommendation put forward through the public, and it is a reasonable request. The concern is staffing and time that would go towards maintaining it.
Do you have a seconder for your amendment?
Do I have a seconder for my amendment?
I'll second it if you add my stuff to it too.
Okay.
Like so that we can have, because I don't want to do two motions. There's no sense.
Can we,
Because I need to have the veterinarian thing in here because my people are
Looks like
asking
we have
for
no
it.
seconder, so I'm going to go back to the regular motion. We still got a heavy agenda, folks. So the motion on the floor is that we approve the bylaw as amended, and I'm going to call the vote on that. So to approve the bylaw, do you want to put the motion back up so that everybody knows? And then we're going to move on because I wasn't hearing seconders for any of those amendments.
So through the chair, the motion before council as amended is, or before committee of the whole as amended, is that report CD 2125 dated August 18th, 2025 regarding canine control bylaw be received. And that bylaw 2005.76 as amended canine control bylaw be repealed and replaced with the version attached as Schedule A to this report to come into effect upon approval of short form wording and set fines. And that staff be authorized to seek approval for short form wording and set fines in accordance with the Provincial Offences Act as outlined in Schedule C of the draft bylaw. And that staff review opportunities to establish an administrative monetary penalty shape, AMPs, for the canine control bylaw and report back to council as time permits. And that section 4.5 of Schedule A, the draft canine control bylaw, be amended as follows. Where a dog is declared a dangerous dog and in order to restrain is served on the owner of the dog, the following requirements individually or in conjunction shall be imposed on the owner. A, when the dog is on the property of the owner, the dog shall be restrained to the side or rear yard with a securely placed leash or a fully enclosed pen of sufficient design and strength to contain the dog. B, when the dog is off the property of the owner, the dog shall be restrained by means of a securely attached muzzle, a leash with the maximum length of 1 meter, 3.28 feet, with sufficient strength and under the effective control of a person 16 years of age or older. C, the owner of the dog shall display a warning sign at the main entrance of the property that is clearly visible, warning of a dog on the premises. The sign shall be no smaller than 8 inches by 12 inches. D, provide the township with a copy of current rabies vaccination records.
Okay, I have a mover and a seconder. I'll just wait for you to get your screen down. All in favor? Opposed, if any? I have 2 opposed. Thank you. That is carried. All right, we will go on to 11.54, which is the shore wall. Whoops. And retaining wall, actually, and I just lost my agenda, but I'll find it. Okay. 11.54. So if you, Rebecca, if you can read the motion, we'll get it on the floor.
That report BP 3425 dated August 8, 2025 regarding shore wall / retaining wall building code be received, and that council support the interpretation of shore walls as retaining walls regulated under the Ontario Building Code when meeting the criteria set out in Division A, Section 1.3.3.5, and that bylaw number 2017.25 be amended as set out in Schedule A to this report.
Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Goff, second by the Deputy Mayor. Questions or comments? Open it up. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. So I spoke to this at the last meeting and I will reiterate what I said at the last meeting. And I also have done community engagement in the interim. And as council knows, a number of people submitted their concern that this was being moved forward without any engagement with the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission or the residents of Lagoon City. None of the residents' concerns were answered by the administration or any member of council aside from me, and obtaining their permission to forward to everybody else. So if anybody responded, I was not made aware of that. We've just spent from 2018 until 2025 arguing about the concrete cap and fascia. And for clarity, to be crystal clear, I don't really care what we put on it from a personal perspective. But as it stands today, all of the shore walls in Lagoon City are concrete capped and faced. There is absolutely an argument for conformity as far as the value of people's properties. So there's a whole bunch of different pieces to this. The minute we remove all of the drawings that have already been engineered and stamped and signed off on and have shore walls constructed using that particular bylaw, those shore walls will be standing for, long past any of our lifetimes. They're steel wall construction with piles driven to as much as, in my case, 28 feet. They're not going anywhere anytime soon. So there's just a whole bunch of pieces right now, or at least in 2018, when the inspections were done, a mere 30 properties out of the whole 896 who have shore walls were in a position of needing to be reconstructed. So whenever we start to not engage with the public we're risking doing every single thing that Madam Justice Healy just reported back to us in December of 2024, when she said, you can't just make decisions and not engage with your publics. So the community submitted concerns, and they submitted those concerns because they want to be engaged. And I'm not saying that at the end of the day, it won't be a change from concrete cap and fascia. But what I know is we have legislation that says certain things. So the Parks and Waterways Commission has the duty and responsibility for shore walls. There is room in the Planning Act to say that you can include additional things for conformity, durability and erosion prevention even. And I don't want to get into the engineering argument, but those pieces are most certainly there. So I can't really understand why we've been arguing something for 7 years and then we want to just repeat the same mistakes and rush it through without talking to the community. So what we're asking them to do when we remove the drawings is to go out and individually, 30 people now have to go do their own geotechnical and have their own engineered drawings done, and those come out of cost. So you can go and do the research yourself. I'm not going to quote all the numbers, but if you're starting to do 2 or 3 boreholes and we're talking about peat and you have to get to bedrock, the costs are rising and they're actually rising as we speak, as this has been going on and on for so many years. And I can't support not engaging with the community and just unilaterally making decisions. We don't even know the legal ramifications because we've removed the Parks and Waterways Commission from the conversation. We actually removed the Parks and Waterways Commission back at the time of the lawsuit when the community was watching the proceedings, but the members of the Parks and Waterways Commission were told they couldn't watch the proceedings. So I was receiving messages from people in their homes who were watching while I was told I couldn't watch. So the removal of council and, me as the Ward 5 councillor, and then removing the community and then removing the Parks and Waterways Commission, all of it is completely contrary to everything Madam Justice Healy just said to us. So I don't support it. So I have an amendment, but I don't know if anybody else wishes to speak.
I'll do some clarification. So can the council have public consultation on the building code?
Through the chair? No.
No, the building code trumps anything that we have authority over. As of today, is concrete fascia required on the construction of shore walls?
No, through the chair.
So they are no longer required as per the building code. So then our bylaw is currently not in conformity with the building code of Ontario.
Through the chair, it's according to the building code act, it is the building code supersedes any municipal bylaws. Correct.
So the parts in the bylaw that we're renewing are no longer in force and effect, correct?
Correct.
That is why they're being renewed. They are unenforceable and they are no longer in force and effect as per the building code. That's why it's here. And as of now, there is no concrete, well, actually, as of, I believe, August 26th is when we started, I think, with the building code, correct? August 26th. As of August 26th, the building code now in our municipality, these shore walls and retaining walls are built to the building code of Ontario. And we cannot have any laws or bylaws that contradict the building code of Ontario. So that's where we're at. So we either fix the bylaw and make it legal, or we are now in conflict with the Ontario Building Code, which we are not allowed to be, I think, according to our legal staff. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Bell.
So I'm not sure exactly why we go ahead with even fixing it. Then the bylaw should be squashed and it should revert back to the building code because they're actually 2 documents trying to do the same thing.
I guess what I can add to that, and I think Gail, you can correct me as well, the building code will not require you to have a shore wall or a retaining wall, but our bylaw can require that. And that's the parts of the bylaw that we want to retain that people at least must have a shore wall. And then it is built as per the building code, or else the option would be they could just dig it out and not have one. And I don't think that's the intent. And that's why we're not going to delete the old bylaw. We're just taking out the parts of the old bylaw that are no longer legal. Councillor Fisher.
Okay, just a question then. So schedules A, B, and C of what currently exists right now, where those schematics are drawn, is that something that the building department would not permit? Are those drawings on itself
So through the chair, you would have to retain CC Tatham engineers to do the commitment to review and ensure those drawings, but you could submit the same or very similar with Tatham's permission as a building permit application.
Okay, so just so I can fully understand, those drawings, should they be reviewed again to make sure that they're still great? Your limitations under a permit though says you cannot, as our chief building official, say you can only use these drawings. And because you can't say you can only use these drawings, which is why now we need to repeal these drawings, these schedules, to put in this other schedule.
Correct. So you could use those drawings, and you can use alternatives as well. Having a commitment to review directly between Tatham's and the owner of the property, not with the municipality, kind of overseeing.
Okay. Does anybody else have questions or not understand where we're at today? Councillor Bell.
I haven't heard anybody speak to the Planning Act. Section 41 says that you can, Section 41 permits the adding of standards for conformity. So nobody has spoken to that yet, and we have no legal opinion about that. And as it stands right now, I'll say again, there are 16 kilometers of canals in Lagoon City, and all of them have concrete cap and fascia. Well, I shouldn't say all, there's one that doesn't, I think. But when you remove conformity, then you're risking the property value of the people who live in the homes in Lagoon City. And when I do research on what that might look like, it talks about $20,000 to $40,000. So we're saying we're going to remove this, which costs this, and then add this over here. And so you're going to impact on the property value and ask me to go get my own drawings when we have a perfectly good set of drawings sitting here that can be used. So I still would like to have a legal opinion, and we don't have that yet. We're talking about the fact that we have one and we're referencing it like we have that, but we haven't seen that. And I don't have it here in the report to show me why we're removing the Parks and Waterways Commission, why we're saying the Planning Act can't add standards for conformity, and why we're determining that we won't engage with the people of Lagoon City who make a substantial levy payment every year, approximately $900.
I'll stop you there, Councillor, because you're offline again.
No, I'm not offline. I'm speaking to the matter at
I'm
hand.
stopping you there, Councillor, because you're mistaken on your thinking again. The Ontario Building Code is clearly laid out in the Ontario Building Code Act, and it's enforced by our chief building official. And the Planning Act can also not supersede the Ontario Building Code. The walls are to be built to the Ontario Building Code, and council does not have the authority to ask for anything over and above the Ontario Building Code when a permit is applied. And so it is built per the Ontario Building Code, and we have no right or authority to ask for anything beyond that. So I need to make that perfectly clear. We do not have the authority any longer to offer anything beyond that. So is there any other councillors not understanding?
I understand. Don't be so rude. I can understand everything you're saying, and I have a great command of the English language, so I don't think using that terminology is very polite.
You're out of line, councillor, because you've been arguing points that are in contradiction of the Ontario Building Code.
No, I'm not.
Because you actually
No,
do
I'm
not
not, and you don't
understand
need
the
to
building
speak to
code.
me like that. It's extremely
So
rude,
I'm going
and
to
it's
ask you
not
to stop
acceptable.
there now, councillor, and I will be calling and not to have an outbreak again in my council meeting. So I think we're perfectly clear. Does every councillor understand where we're at and why this bylaw needs to be amended? Then I'll look for a do I have a mover and a seconder? I believe I do. Councillor Tuyu.
Thanks.
Yes, you did have a question earlier. Go ahead.
I did, yes. And I have had a chance to speak to our chief building official about it, but I'm hoping for the residents' sake that you might be able to reiterate some of those answers for people who live at the northern end of the township on rivers that are kind of a much different sort of layout than the Lagoon City shore wall situation. For example, you know, there's a faster flow. There's water fluctuations of sometimes up to 20 feet where shore wall wouldn't necessarily be the way to go, but many residents feel the need to put in some kind of erosion control. And I'm just wondering regarding, I guess, in terms of a sloped shore wall versus a vertical shore wall, how you had explained that there was a 2-to-1 ratio of how that might be exempt from it. There's like 3 questions. Do you want to do this one at a time or rather than, okay.
Yes, so through the chair, we did talk, or I have, I'm creating I guess, a handout that I'm going to give the public that will give diagrams of how we are measuring these shore walls for the 1 meter of exceed building height. So for angled or stepped shore walls, what we're looking at is a 2-to-1 rule, meaning, well, what we will be implementing is a 2-to-1 rule, meaning it's considered a single structure if it's less than the 2-to-1. So if it's greater than that, so when you're dealing with armor stone walls that tier up, if it's greater than that, then it would not be considered. We also rubble mound shore walls or restoration of natural shore walls would not be applicable to needing building permits either. They will need M&R approval still, work permits, as well as like Simcoe if they're part of jurisdiction, but will not need building permits.
Thank you. Just 2 more follow-ups. Okay. Would someone with an existing retaining wall that requires repair or replacement or stonework be required to get a permit?
So through the chair. So yes, if the repair of the nature of the repair is structural, meaning part of the structural integrity, or plays a part in retaining the soil, they would if it's greater than that 1 meter of exceed building face. Correct.
Okay. Last question. Thank you. If an older and unpermitted retaining wall is deemed unsafe, improper, encroaching, or in violation of the building code, would the property owner have to bring it up to code?
So through the chair, if the shore wall meets the definition of a retaining wall through the code, our inspector would then interpret the criteria of an unsafe building under the Act, which ultimately means structurally inadequate for the purpose it was installed for, which is retaining soil, or a condition that's hazardous to the health and safety of the persons in normal use. So if it qualifies as an unsafe, then we would be able to enforce it, and they would be, well, in this case, getting an engineer to look at it and coming up with a plan to either fix it or leave it as is if it's considered safe. We won't be looking at the maintenance of shore walls. It would be complaint basis driven, and there would be also that legal nonconforming piece when it comes to setbacks and things as well. If it's existing, you can repair and replace existing. So,
thank you.
Any other questions? All in favor?
I have an amendment. I'm still going to read the amendment.
All right, well, go ahead. If you have, read the amendment, we'll see if we have a seconder.
The decision on amending bylaw 2017.25, Council defer report BP 3425 to allow for public education and engagement, including a presentation of the legal opinion on whether the Planning Act and Mayor Act permit conformity standards for caps and fascia, a cost comparison of an 80-foot shore wall, assessing the added cost of required geotechnical studies and engineered drawings if standard drawings are removed versus any savings from removing the concrete cap and fascia requirements to determine the net cost saving delta, if any, a real estate opinion on risks of nonconformity, if any, prior to any decision amending the bylaw. Sorry, repeat.
Do we have a seconder? I do not have a seconder for the amendment. So back to the original motion.
And I'll take a recorded vote on the original motion.
We're in committee of the whole, but when it comes to, is it ratification later today? I think this one is, or no, it's coming back for our next council meeting. So then that would be when you would request your recorded vote. So all in favor? Opposed of any? One. Thank you. So next one I have is the community natural gas expansion. So Rebecca, if you'd please.
Yes, through the chair, if you'll bear with me, this is a slightly long motion.
Yes.
So
just for clarification, I believe this is required, and that's why it's on our agenda, because this particular application does require a motion of council.
the chair, yes, that is correct. So that as recommended in report AD 2125 dated September 12th, 2025 regarding consultation on the future of community natural gas expansion, the following resolution be adopted. Whereas the province has posted ERO 0250923 consultation on the future of community natural gas expansion, seeking feedback from municipalities, Indigenous communities, and other stakeholders on how Phase 3 could best support access to natural gas for community development. And whereas expanding access to natural gas is identified as a tool to support affordability and economic growth in Ontario communities, with phases 1 and 2 estimated to enable connections for approximately 17,000 buildings across 59 communities and 16 projects completed to date. And whereas the corporation of the Township of Ramara is working towards its housing and employment land goals that contribute to Ontario's broader objective to build at least 1.5 million homes by 2031, and recognizes that timely servicing solutions, including natural gas where appropriate, can help enable these targets. And whereas Ramara's strategic plan 2023 to 2026 identifies strategic growth and sustainable infrastructure as key priorities, with objectives to create opportunities for new residential development, support economic and tourism investment, and provide reliable infrastructure to meet the needs of current and future generations. And whereas natural gas expansion will support housing growth by enabling new residential, mixed, affordable, and retirement developments, economic development by attracting commercial and industrial investment, tourism and hospitality by providing reliable and affordable energy to major resorts, hotels, and recreational facilities, agricultural production by lowering farm energy costs, extending service to rural areas, and supporting sustainable local food production. And whereas Ontario's energy future relies on a balance of affordability, reliability, and sustainability by leveraging a mix of energy solutions, including natural gas, electricity, and emerging energy technologies to meet growing community needs. And whereas natural gas continues to play a critical role in supporting energy affordability, economic competitiveness, and enabling housing and employment growth across the province. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Ramara, 1, supports the Ministry's consultation on the future of community natural gas expansion, NGEP Phase 3, and endorses access to natural gas as an option to other energy solutions to advance the Township of Ramara's housing, employment lands, and economic development objectives. 2, direct staff to submit comments to ERO 0250923 reflecting the Township of Ramara's priorities, including priority application types, alignment with official plans/secondary plans, sites and corridors where gas access would enable development, housing/employment lands, any phase 1 and 2 learnings if applicable, and practical barriers, e.g. timing, permitting, costs, land access. 3, forwards this resolution to Simcoe North MPP, the Minister of Energy and Mines, the Ontario Energy Board, AMO, and neighboring municipalities. And that report AD 2125 be forwarded to the September 22nd, 2025 Council agenda for same-day ratification.
Okay, can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Fisher, second by Councillor Goff, because I know you two have been really pushing this particular issue. Comments? Councillor Fisher.
I'm wondering, not that I want you to actually read this again, so, but I'm wondering in section 3 where it says forward the resolution to Simcoe North MPP, the Minister of Energy and Mines, Ontario Energy Board, AMO, and the neighboring municipalities. I'm wondering if we should include the County of Simcoe. Or if we could trust that our warden would get it over there anyway.
Through your worship, that'll be included in neighboring.
Yep, we'll do it as neighboring. Okay, any other comments? Councillor Bell.
It's not exactly, it's not an ERO aspect of this, but I wonder if at the same time we can just put in a request to Enbridge Gas to come in and do a presentation to council, more for our residents who, and I know they're doing these presentations right now, so to help people understand the decision-making process and how the expansion works, and just so the residents get a better idea of how this whole process.
I know we did ask them too before, Gail. Did they?
Through your worship, yes, that is actually an outstanding request for them to come before council to do a deputation. We've had a few conversations with them regarding that in terms of timing. And one of the issues is that they just wanted to sit down with yourself, your worship, and a couple of the staff members to make sure that they fully understand what they are meant to present as part of their deputation. So I would hope that we would see them within the next few months before council.
Okay, thank you. So I'm seeing no other hands. All in favor? Opposed of any? That is carried. Thank you. National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. Another slightly long motion again. Rebecca, go ahead.
Not quite as long. Through the chair. That report AD 2025 dated September 10th, 2025 regarding National Day for Truth and Reconciliation be received, and that council recognize September 30th as a statutory holiday to observe the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, and that in recognition of the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, Township of Ramara facilities and services be closed to the public on September 30th, and that if the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation falls on a Saturday, it shall be observed on the preceding Friday, and that if the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation falls on a Sunday, it shall be observed on the following Monday, And that report AD 2025 be referred to the September 22nd, 2025 council agenda for same day ratification.
I have a mover and a seconder to put it on, moved by Councillor Fisher, second by Councillor Tuyu. Questions or comments, members of council? We kind of looked around at our neighbors and it's 50-50. And so we just thought with the First Nations being such a close neighbor to ours, it was the right thing to do. So that's why it's here. Any other questions or comments? All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, I have the contribution agreement, Road B and C haul route. You're having a great time today, Rebecca, if you want to read that one as well.
That report ID 2925 dated September 12th, 2025 regarding contribution agreement, concession road BC haul route be received. And that staff recommend council authorize the mayor and clerk to execute the contribution agreement with 1300488 Ontario Limited. And that report ID 2925 be referred to the September 25th, 2025 council agenda for same day ratification.
And I think this is another one. Oh, moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher. I think this is another one that we want to actually update in time, is it not, CAO Jackson? This is
Through your worship, to be ratified today?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
it is expected to be
Yes.
ratified today.
Perfect. Any other comments on it? Councillor Tuyu.
Thank you. Two questions through the chair. Is this a one-time contribution or annual?
Laura, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's a one-time contribution as their haulage amount has changed.
Got it. Part two. Do all the quarries have an agreement in place to contribute toward haul route maintenance?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this goes to the original construction of BC becoming a haul route, and all of the quarries that are accessing BC are part of this agreement, correct?
No. So this is a buy-in to the existing road, but no, there's no annual ongoing maintenance for the road to my knowledge. This is the construction cost to buy into the haul route. Okay, any other? Right, and they've added tonnage, so now they must buy in for the increased tonnage. Any other questions? Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Just so, but this has increased like 5 times. So I guess, do we do traffic studies and noise studies and those kinds of things when the amount increases that dramatically?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, this is still permitted through their original ECA. Those studies would have been conducted at that haulage rate at that time. They just haven't accessed that whole amount of tonnage. And this is the update for that.
Other questions or comments? Not seeing any. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Not seeing any. That is carried. So now we have our mid-year financial report. Rebecca?
That report TR 0625 dated September 9th, 2025 regarding 2025 mid-year financial review we received as information.
Okay, I'll get Councillor Goff. We'll put it on the floor. Second by Councillor Fisher. Just give me a second here to bring it up. Do we have any questions on the mid-year financial review? Looking around for hands. Councillor Bell, go ahead.
Thank you. So I do have a couple of different questions. The ice storm overrun. We don't. How much is it? Do we know the amount today, or are we still collecting that information?
Mano? I think we've already put in for the. Oh yes, you've got something to go through. So yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, go through your report, Mano. I'm sorry.
Through the chair, the cost of the ice storm is included in these figures. However, it was not the purpose of the mid-year review. The mid-year review is just a high-level overview of where we're at currently. And it is, could we have the presentation on the screen? Would it be possible? It is, if we look at page 4, slide 4, there is a section that is 210% over budget, and this is where the cost of the ice storm is recorded.
Did you want to go through your slides?
I thought we weren't going through that. That's why I was
Oh, okay.
asking questions, but I'd rather hear the presentation. Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead. if you want to give us a quick Coles note of the presentation, that might answer any questions that I have.
Through you, Your Worship, if I may, we'll put the presentation up and then Ms. Higgins can go through it. Perhaps through you, Your Worship, Ms. Higgins, if you wanted to get started, and then we can catch up with the slides.
So the Township of Ramara usually does a mid-year review. The reason it's happening later this year, there's a few different factors. The ice storm delayed a little bit of everything that we do. And we also had to adjust to the new legislation related to the strong mayor's budget. So as soon as we finished the 2024 audit, we flipped into budget mode right away in order to meet the required legislative time for the strong mayor's budget. So the 2025 mid-year review just happened right in the middle of everything. So it got a little bit delayed. But in my opinion, it's kind of a good thing, because if we do a mid-year review, it means we're at the end of June, where we don't have a lot of capital projects that are either completed or we don't know yet if we'll be on budget or over budget, because we're still in the tendering process and allocating those projects. So having a later mid-year review, in my opinion, is kind of a good thing. Could we go to the next slide, please? So this slide here is an overall view of our budgeted expenses compared to the budget. So it's everything, capital and operating. So okay, so it just shows each department what the full budget was for the year and where we're at right now. So a lot of it is close to the 50% mark, except where we have capital projects, because it's the time where we're actually doing our capital projects. So we'll have the data later in the year. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a page 2 of the same information. So we started with the main department of the township, and then we're going through water, wastewater, and all our smaller budgets. So next slide. This slide is about our current expense by different type of expense. That's what it is. On the table on the bottom, I just want to point to the capital line, which we're only at 5% of the spending of the budget, and the budget is close to 13 million. So that's why right now it looks like we're under budget, but those projects are still happening, some of them. We do have a lot of roads projects that were delayed, and that was explained to council via a previous staff report. And if we go down, then contracted services were right on track with 49%. Our OPP cost is at 42%. So it means, so we pay when they invoice us. So we're almost halfway, but it's going to be pretty close to the 100%. It's going to be under, I don't know if you remember when we did the budget, we first allocated the budget allocation based on the first billing, and then we did a revised billing, and we said we would put the savings back in reserve that we were using to fund the extra cost for OPP. So we will end up lower than 100%. Our insurance are a little bit higher, but we have a lot going on in insurance right now. We had our previous insurer that was ending in at the end of March, and then we had to go with an extension to bring us up to June 1st. And then we switched to the Simcoe County Municipal Insurance Pool. So there's a lot of data and it's not quite finalized yet. The Simcoe County Municipal Insurance Pool is still trying to put all the pieces together. So we're missing some information to be able to explain why we're a little bit higher. On the material side, we're over budget, but that's, as I mentioned, that's where all the ice storm costs are allocated. On the reserve side, we're a little bit over budget. This is based on, so we do our reserve entry based on budget, but there was an amount allocated for LCPW, the use of, they were using reserve to, no, they were not using, they budgeted for the purchase of a piece of equipment that is not going to be purchased. So we put that money back in reserve for LCPW. Salaries and wages, we are a little bit over the 50% mark, but it's at the end of August. So 62 is pretty much on the ball. Debt and interest, this is an entry that we do at year end. So that's why it's currently showing at 0. And then other expenses that do not fit in those categories, we're about at 59%, which is pretty much on the ball with being August 31st. We go to the next slide. This is strictly related to capital budgets. As you can see, the black line is the budget where the yellow line is the actuals. And we're really low at this point, but most of those projects are ongoing. And then we did a capital project highlight. So we just made comments on everything that was above $100,000. So we didn't want to have like pages of projects. We would just want to give a high level review of where we're at with capital projects. So there's a lot that are deferred pending the roads need study. And then we have a plan to address those or review what our future projects will be. And the next slide is the wages and the salaries and wages by department. So the overall review of the salaries and wages at the previous slide was pretty much just over the 50% mark. And this is just more detail provided. And then the next slide is the taxes receivable. So taxes receivable are a little bit higher right now because we still have a due date that's coming up this week. So of course, when we printed this, when we collected the data at August 31st, that installment was not collected yet, but it's coming. So I believe we should see something similar to previous years. We will have a tax sale. It's scheduled on October 16. We currently have 3 properties that are scheduled to be sold. However, property owners have until the last minute to redeem their properties. So we don't know for sure if the tax sale will actually go through, but it is scheduled as of now. And this is just an estimate of the reserve balance. We know the data up to 2024, and 2025 is based on the budget. At year end, when the auditors do the review, there are some adjustments that are made through reserve. So if there are some savings in some departments, that money goes back in the reserve, and if we're short on other departments, then it's pulled out of the reserve. So this slide is just based on the 2025 budget. And these are just little comments of things that I've probably already mentioned. As for the ice storm, we do have an application that will be submitted shortly. We are working on gathering the data to submit it. One of the big, not savings, but a capital project that was changed during the year was the water expansion project. So this amount is not going to be needed on the water side only. There was one of the slides that was showing an expense for health and safety, but no budget. This was actually part of the administration budget, but because it's related, it's a project that's related to health and safety. It was easier to put it there to keep track of the amount that's being used because it's used as salary, where when we did the budget, we thought it would be a contracted services kind of thing. So that's easy to track. But when it's salary and we're all in the same pot, it's more difficult. So we decided to move to health and safety, but the money was part of the budget. It's just under a different department. And yeah, 2025 is quite challenging on the staffing side. We do have a lot of leaves and vacancies, but current staff is working as hard as they can to keep the boat afloat. But there is definitely some challenges. And on the last comment, the Housing Enabled Water System Fund grant that we applied for last year was denied. I'm sure you're aware of this. And we we submitted an application for the health and safety water stream, and we are hoping that this one will be successful because we definitely need some support. Any question?
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Questions from council? Not seeing any, so I do have a motion on the floor. Do I not, Rebecca? I believe I have a
Yes,
mover and a second.
we did already have a mover and a seconder, so it was to receive the report as
Okay.
information.
All in favor of receiving? That is carried. Thank you. So now we're on to a funding opportunity for safe and active schools. So another funding opportunity. So go ahead.
Whereas the Township of Ramara, in conjunction with Highland Mills Development, Inc., is planning to install sidewalks as part of the Highland Mills subdivision's development at 4836 Mealy Point Road. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Ramara hereby approves an application for funding through the Federal Council of Municipalities for the Green Municipal Fund for Safe and Active School Routes Program for the construction of sidewalks along Muley Point Road, including a safe pedestrian passage to the Updergrove Public School. Be it further resolved that Minot Higgins, Director of Financial Services / Treasurer, Laura Pye, General Manager of Development and Infrastructure, and Gail Jackson, Chief Administrative Officer, are given delegated authority to verify and attest to the accuracy of the application package. Be it further resolved that if the funding application is successful, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to enter into an agreement with the necessary parties to receive the funding.
Okay, can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Tuyu, second by the deputy mayor. This doesn't need to be ratified today though, correct? It will just go on to that. This one's not time sensitive. So any other comments on the sidewalk? Councillor Tuyu.
I just want to say that this is something the Trails Committee has been looking forward to for a long time. So that's really great. Good luck to you guys.
Hope they get the money. Any other comments, concerns? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So now we would look for a motion to rise from the committee of the whole. And I think you also will clarify the two items that are getting ratified today, are we not?
Yes, so through the chair, we do have a motion before the committee there's actually 5 items that will be forwarded for same day ratification unless otherwise indicated. So you have that the recommendations of committee of the whole be referred to the next regular meeting of council to be held on October 6, 2025, with the exception of the following items, which shall be referred to the consent agenda later today. Item 11.1.1, report AD 2225 regarding physician recruitment. Item 11.4.1, report AD 2325 regarding community engagement municipal assets. Item 11.5.5, report AD 2125 regarding consultation on the future of community natural gas expansion. Item 11.5.6, report AD 2025 regarding National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. And item 11.5.7, report ID 2925 regarding contribution agreement, Concession Road BC Hall Route.
So everybody understands the motion. What we're doing is we're wrapping up our committee of the whole. Everything will appear on next council meeting except these items that are going to get ratified today. Some of them are very time sensitive. So can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu.
And through the chair, just the latter part of the motion would be, and that committee of the whole rise and council be reconvened at 2:25 p.m.
Perfect. Sorry for cutting off there, and we will reconvene. All in favor? That is carried. Anybody want a quick break before we? Yes, I'm getting nods, so we can be back. 10 minutes enough for everybody? So 2:35.
Through the chair, just need a mover and a seconder for the recess, please.
I need a mover and a second. Councillor Fisher, Deputy Mayor, that we recess. All in favor? That is carried. That is something new, actually.
So, to
Eddie.
Okay, we are back live. I'll just defer to my clerk to make sure I still have a quorum.
Yes, I can confirm you have a quorum.
Okay, so we're on to the consent agendas, which reports from the previous council meeting or committee of the whole, and there was only one item. This from the carryover from the last committee of the whole that we'll ratify today. So I'll look, and that's under items 12.1, but the actual motion is the 12.2. Again, if we ever have more than one, and I think we will next council meeting, you'll see like the 10 items listed in there. And the motion is 12.2. So I will look for the motion, please.
That the recommendation as set out on consent agenda A, report from the August 25th, 2025 committee of the whole meeting be adopted as presented.
And that's the one item above. So can I have a mover? Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Fisher. The item was the road allowance on Laidlaw. Any questions, concerns? Yes. There's only the one. This is from the previous, this is from the August 25th meeting, committee of the whole. This is 12.1.1. Yeah. Yeah. I know it's a little confusing because there's only one item there and that's happened two meetings in a row. Next one, there'll be 4 or 5, like you'll see all the items. So on that, all in favor? Opposed, if any? No, that is carried. Thank you. Now we're on consent item B, which are the ones from today's meetings that need to get ratified today. And there was quite a, do you want to do them individually? We're going to do them, or do you want to do them all as one?
Through the
They're
chair,
all up on the screen
we
here
do
now.
have one motion that would adopt the recommendations from the 5 items that were forwarded. However, if council wishes to discuss any of these items separately or take a recorded vote on a particular item, then I would ask them to let us know now and we can make sure that is noted separately.
Yeah, there's a physical recruitment, there's a community engagement for the bill. I was going to, so I think, yeah, there's the in-camera item. There's the community engagement for the buildings next door. If you want a separate vote, there is the natural gas. I think you were unanimous on that one. There was the truth and reconciliation. We were all unanimous on that one. Could you scroll up a bit? And the hall route. So the only one that I would think, council, does somebody want a separate vote on the community engagement for the buildings next door?
Yeah, and actually I just have a procedural question because I have no idea how we're doing things anymore. And so I had an amendment which didn't pass, but is the amendment going to be on the agenda that I placed?
Through the chair, no. So the amendment that was put forward for committee of the whole, and as it was defeated in committee of the whole, it is not brought forward to council. So the motion that's brought forward for council ratification is what was approved during committee of the whole.
Right.
Okay, so then I would put the amendment here so that it's recorded that I had an amendment so that I can say later that I had an amendment because I wanted different engagement.
So what I will do is pull item 11.4.1. We will pull that out of this vote and have a separate vote on that. Is that the correct way, I believe? So that's what we'll do. So we will vote on the remainder without that item. And I forgot that asked that question when I was in committee of the whole, so my bad. Whenever we want separate items for a separate vote, I should pull them then, and then we wouldn't have had it here. But we'll pull it out.
And through the chair, just for clarification, for the minutes of the committee of the whole meeting, it will reflect that amendment will be shown in the minutes from committee of the whole.
Yes.
So that will be on the minutes from there as well.
Only if it had a second. Did it? Yes, it had a seconder.
Yes.
It did have a seconder. So yes, yeah, it did
So I
have a
can
seconder.
read out the motion. So that recommendations as set out on consent agenda B, reports from the September 22nd, 2025 committee of the whole meeting be adopted as presented, including the following. Item 11.1.1, report AD 2225 regarding physician recruitment. Item 11.5.5, report AD 2125 regarding consultation on the future of community natural gas expansion. Item 11.5.6, report AD 2025 regarding National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. Item 11.5.7, report ID 2925 regarding contribution agreement concession road BC haul route, and excluding the following recommendation, which will be discussed and voted upon individually. Item 11.4.1, report AD 2325 regarding community engagement municipal assets.
So we're voting all the other ones, but not that one. We will vote on it separately. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Snutch. Again, on the agendas that we just approved through committee of the whole, any questions or concerns anymore? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Now we will do the one that was pulled.
So just so I can understand, so that where, if I go to read the minutes later, and then I want to be able to look at the recommendation and then the amendment that I made. So the amendment is going to show where in the agenda, or sorry, in the minutes?
So through the chair, under the discussion of 11.4.1 on that motion, the minutes from that committee of the whole section will show the motion that was put on the floor before council originally, the proposed amendment and the decision regarding that amendment, and then the motion that was the final motion as will be, and the decision for thereof.
So that's actually new because we used to not show defeated, when we did a committee of the whole meeting, we never showed defeated motions, because it was always committee recommending to council. So you never showed the defeated motions, but they'll show in the minutes is what you're saying.
Correct. Through the chair, yes, we are showing that in the minutes as it's a record of what occurred during the meeting and decisions that were taken and votes that were taken by committee of the whole or by council.
Perfect. So that's where they'd be in the minutes, of course. Okay, so if you can read the motion we have on the floor now, Rebecca.
So what, sorry, it's a recorded vote then, I guess.
Yes, you want a recorded vote for the vote. We're going to get it read right now.
That council support the communications and engagement plan as set out in report AD 2325 for the municipally owned properties at 2287 and 2291 Highway 12, St. Andrews Hall, and the former Standard Bank in Brecken. And that report AD 2325 be referred to the September 22nd, 2025 council agenda for same day ratification.
Okay, so can I have a mover and a seconder for the report? Councillor Snotch, second by the deputy mayor. Recorded vote has been requested.
Thank you. So through the chair for the recorded vote, we'll start with the requesting member. So Councillor Bell.
Oppose.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
Agree.
Councillor Fisher.
In favor?
Councillor Goff.
In favor.
Councillor Snetch.
In favor.
Councillor Tuyu.
In favor.
And Mayor Clark.
In favor.
That resolution is passed.
Okay. So now that brings us on to consent agenda C, which is our correspondence. So what I'm going to do, normally it's one motion to receive them all. So I'm going to ask council now of all the correspondent items, if you would like a separate motion than what's recommended. Like if you just have questions, then we don't need to pull them for a separate motion. However, if you have a separate motion, then I need to know those items now and I'll pull them out. Councillor Goff, I think you had one.
I have one for 14.14.
4. I'm just highlighting it. Blake Simcoe one. All right. So I will pull that for a separate motion. Any others to be pulled for Councillor Tuyu?
Thank you. Yes, 14.1.1 and 14.1.3.
Thank you. And the other one, you just want comments on them? Yeah, perfect. Or questions? All right, Councillor Fisher. It's all right, take your time. Oh, yes, questions are fine. It's just if you want a separate motion, we pull them out.
I just procedurally have a question though, because sometimes you don't know that you have a motion until you ask a question or until there's discussion on questions that other members ask. And then you say, okay, now that's the motion I want to make. So
well, then what I would do is pull it at that time. But the idea is like any that we know we have separate motions, I pull them out right away. And then we just deal with questions because then one motion can pass the rest of them, correct? Because there is, and that's same way we do it at county. Same way we've always done it here, actually. So I'm just waiting for any others that wanted pulled for separate motions than what's suggested. We're not seeing any, so there maybe they want to rise. So then I will have one motion then right now to put them on the floor. What is the motion's always at the very end, which I always find such a nuisance.
To the chair, if you'll just give us 1 second here just to capture that, the ones that were pulled. Through the chair, thank you for your patience. So we have the motion before council that the recommendations as set out on consent agenda C, correspondence for the regular meeting of council held on Monday, September 22nd, 2025, be adopted as presented, including the following: items 14.1.2 and 14.1.5 to 14.1.29 inclusive, and excluding the following recommendations, which will be discussed and voted upon individually. 14.1.1 Township of Southgate correspondence dated August 11th, 2025 regarding increased income support thresholds for Canadian veterans. 14.1.3 Town of Aurora correspondence dated July 17th, 2025 regarding opposition to Bill 5, Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act 2025. 14.1.4 Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority correspondence dated July 25th, 2025 regarding recommendation for winter road and parking lot maintenance.
Okay, so the motion, okay, those three have been pulled for a separate vote, but on a question, excuse me, questions arising from the others. I'll just start. Deputy Mayor, I saw your hand first.
Yeah, no problem. I just wanted to ask about the recommendation from Lake Simcoe Conservation for the salt. We're not actually implementing anything or suggesting, because the reason for it is that.
I think I pulled that one.
Yeah, okay.
We'll do it separately when it comes up. Yeah, that one's been pulled. So on Councillor Tui.
Thank you. This is on 14.1.2, the Orkney Fountain Gates.
Yeah.
I wanted to thank our General Manager of Development and Infrastructure for taking the time to plan for a much more robust system designed to prevent motorized vehicle access, which is so distressing to the residents. The residents will appreciate any efforts to discourage this type of activity, including signage to indicate that our bylaw does not allow it, as was discussed in last week's Trails Committee meeting. Thanks.
So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it the way we used to do it back in the paper days, because it makes it a lot easier. So I'll go to my next page here. So items 14.15 to 14.18. We'll just do them in sections as we move down. So any of those, so that'll be the next 1, 2, 3 items. Any questions or comments on those? It just saves us jumping all over. That way we just kind of go through them slowly.
I think so, but I honestly cannot follow this because we have 17 pieces of correspondence. So I'm finding it hard to be able to go through them all in this manner.
Okay, what I'll do then, if I may, I'll try. I want to streamline it to make it easy. So I will go right to 14.15. That one, any questions or comments? We'll just go through them all one at a time then. 14.15, and we'll just go down the list. Questions or comments? National resources regarding the argument, the license. Not seeing any. So 14.16. Questions or comments? Because there is a lot of them, so it would be easier just if I just go down.
So on 14.6, that was, I know that was back from August 15th. Is there any updates or anything about where? No.
No, it's just sitting down with the problems. I think what I've heard, if they're doing anything and it's all part of the zoning, sewer, water, it's all going to be wrapped up with the regional review when they finish that before the end of the year, which will also include any Barrie annexations. Will all be in that one package is what the indication I've been given. So 14.17 is here. That was the AMO package. There's a few from AMO, so I got three of them, three in a row.
Maybe just 2
that are here. Any questions arising from those? Councillor Bell.
So on 1.8, is it the same package? I'm trying to look at my document and that document. That's the problem. So is 1.7 and 1.8 both came from the same? Yeah, they both came from August 1st. Okay, so I think it was me that pulled this maybe, but the only thing I wanted to do with this is there is the Public Health Ontario package of information about food insecurity. And I pulled it just because I wanted to make sure, flagged it so that people know that that report is there, particularly rooted in Ramara and the folks at the Legion who do a lot of this work. So I wondered if it's possible that this document could be forwarded over to the Legion, just in case they haven't seen it, or flagged for them so that they know about it. That's all.
We wouldn't require a motion, would we, to share it, just to forward to make sure they're aware? What's your feeling, staff?
Through you, Your Worship, certainly it is a public document as it stands right now on our CIP. So if the Legion certainly participates by looking at our CIP, it's there, but I have no problem just sending it over to the Legion for their information.
We've highlighted it here. What's your feeling, Councillor Fisher? You're quite involved.
Yeah, certainly. Because of the partnership that the Legion has with the Rooted in Ramara committee, with the library and the health unit, they are aware it was brought up.
They are aware.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Okay.
included on an agenda.
Thank you for highlighting it. It is a very important subject. So that was the ones from AMO, and we have 14.19 AMO from July 25th information package. Was that the same thing, Councillor Bell?
No, this one I just wanted to ask about the Enhancing Access to Spaces grant, awards up to $60,000. And I don't know if that was something that the township applied for. So, and if so, what?
Through you, Your Worship, if I may, we take our grants very seriously and we try to apply for everything that we possibly can. It's actually an ongoing item on our SLT agenda to make sure that we capture all. With respect to this particular one, I'd have to check the spreadsheet specifically to see which grant we've actually, or which project we've identified for this particular one.
Okay, but we have applied. It's just a matter, yeah, perfect. Okay, so now I'm up to 14.1. Hang on, I gotta flip my page here, 1 second. Make sure we pull it. Okay, 14.10. Councillor Bell.
Yeah, so on this one, I have a number of questions. And I guess that speaks back to the last one as well. But my understanding is that when we are talking about grant applications for sizable projects, those are policy decisions and they should be coming in front of council. So I had asked about the health and safety water stream funding application, and I was told that I wasn't responded to. So I didn't know if we were applying, and if we were applying, what we were applying for. And then I had messages sent to me from different residents who were receiving different information from different members of council. So some residents were being told we applied for it. Others were being told we did not. Some were being told we applied for certain projects. Others were being told we applied for different projects. And then there was also news media at Aurelia Matters. So I was looking for clarity on what we applied for. So then this memo seems to say that we applied for particular projects.
Right.
And I don't know what the rationale is to apply to alleviate the expenditure of one community, but ignore the expenditure of a different community. There's been a lot of confusion about when is a project shovel ready and when is it not shovel ready, and so some residents were told that the determination about whether the Lakeshore Drive project could be considered for this funding had to do with when the tender was signed. So then I was trying to understand when was the tender signed in relationship to when this application was submitted. But in the big picture, it has left complete and utter confusion among the Lakeshore Drive servicing, well, the thrice named Lakeshore Drive or Ramara Sewer Servicing Project, I guess it's called now. And so those residents can't understand why they are not eligible for any funding under this project, whereas over at Bayshore Village, those people are eligible. So we have one community going from Sprayfield to tile drain system, and they are going to have this covered if this application is successful. And then we have another community that's going from septic to sewer, but they can't have their expenditure covered. So at Bayshore, it's 353 homes. The math says it's approximately $18,000 per property that should be being amortized and being paid for by those property owners. And then over here, we have Lakeshore Drive, where they're facing approximately $30,000 per property. And we've made the decision that they're not going to be allowed to have the funding. Why? I would like to know why. I'd like to have my question answered.
I have a point of order, Councillor. That's enough. Yes, point of order.
Don't chastise me like I'm a child. That's enough is not an acceptable way to speak. I don't need to be spoken to.
One more outbreak and I will remove you from the meeting. I have a point of order called. It's in the Municipal Act and it's in our procedure bylaw. When a point of order is called, I must deal with the point of order first. And I can compare it to anybody. If you're in a court of law and somebody says objection, Your Honor, I must deal with the objection. Point of order, sir. I have to make a ruling on it. What's your point of order?
Mayor, the councillor keeps on trying to segregate. We have one sewer.
I am not segregating at all.
You just did.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you did.
I'm talking about equity and
Bell,
fairness.
I am asking you to leave this meeting now. I've warned you once. You may be excused. Thank you. Please be prepared to apologize for your council in return for the breach of the procedure bylaw. Please go home and read the procedure bylaw and you will see when the chair removes you from a meeting, that you are required to apologize to the chair before, and thank you. I will give a few minutes for the councillor to leave, and then I can actually answer many of those comments that were made. So I will wait. So I will apologize to the council for that councillor's outbreak, but I'm sorry, we have a heavy agenda and we do have to stay. Your point is taken, sir, and I would have ruled in your favor. Yes, we have one water rate. There's no obligation when it was mentioned that Bay Shore should be paying for a repair to the sewage system. No, that is a repair. And this is what I was going to explain with the grant. This grant application is now here, so there's no misunderstanding. Council saw this application and voted in favor of it prior to the grant being put in. So we saw this application because the comments were made that, no, it was discussed actually, this application prior to it going in. So on a large application of this nature, the difference.
By the CAO.
Oh, clarification, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly, as indicated previously, we have the opportunity for a lot of wonderful grants. In some cases, there's a direct request or requirement for a council resolution. And consequently, you'll see that like you just did. In this particular case, council was well aware of this particular funding grant opportunity because, as council will recall, you directed staff to apply for a delegation at AMO, at which we did do a delegation at AMO regarding this particular grant. So council was absolutely aware. We have a number of projects under our water and sewer program whereby council is well aware of those programs. And so there are a number of different projects that we certainly could have applied for, and we did apply for under this particular grant regime. I think it's really important too, Mr. Mayor, that when the township applies for a grant, it applies for a grant for, in this particular case, the entire system.
Yes.
Not for individuals. We cannot apply for provincial grants, federal grants for specific individuals to benefit specific individuals. This grant was very clearly and specifically for the systems, and we classify them from our perspective as one system for water, one system for wastewater. So just to provide a little bit of clarification in that regard.
Yes, and there was also something said with the others, again, when you're expanding, the new sewer project aren't part of the system now. And whenever you join a sewer and water system, you must pay the full cost of joining that system, like the good folks in Brecken here did, like the folks on, I think it's Somerset Drive, when they joined the Bay Shore system. Like, you must pay the full cost of joining that system. And because it's a community upgrade. What's it called again? Southview. Yes, thank you. Yes, that's right. Wrong end of the township. So is there any other questions on the grant? And it's all here clearly spelled out. And it's one grant, by the way. It's one application for, looks like 2 water systems and 2 sewage systems, all included in the one application. Sewer plants, I should say, because we only have one system. All right, so the next is I have, does anybody, I can keep going through them one at a time, or I'm looking for, I do have notes for who pulled them, but I'm not seeing any other that were pulled by these councils. So on the original motion then, I guess we're ready to vote on it.
30 seconds.
Sure. Yep. You had a couple, Dave, that you had questions on, actually. I'm looking for them. I might have already gone past them. Hang on. The council, the Simcoe County correspondence, but we just did an update that we've got no response. And you had one on the Ministry of National Resources on the licensing one, which is 14.1.5. That's one that you pulled. Right. There's so, yeah.
And that's just as information.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Okay, so on the motion to receive, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So now I need to go back to the ones that were pulled, and actually I have them in front of me here, so I can go back. And the first one is 14.11.
Yes, through the chair, the motion before the council is that the Township of Southgate correspondence dated August 11th, 2025 regarding increased income support thresholds for Canadian veterans be received as information.
You would like a different motion, Councillor?
Yes, I'm hoping that we can amend the motion that we receive, support, and adopt the Township of Southgate's resolution. Given the uncertain geopolitical climate and possible increased military engagement, the efforts and sacrifices of our troops and our veterans need to be recognized and compensated, acknowledging that these are different times.
I don't, support, certainly. I don't know what you mean by adopt, because it's not really within our, but we would support their position, correct? Yes.
Yes, and support.
I have a seconder with the deputy mayor. We're kind of endorsing their position is what we're doing. So I'll just, I'll let the clerks prepare that.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
It should also be noted that item 14-126 is very similar to this.
I saw that as well, but we'll do that.
So through the chair, the motion before council is that the Township of Southgate correspondence dated August 11th, 2025 regarding increased income support thresholds for Canadian veterans be received and supported.
Okay, all in favor? That is carried. Now I have 14.13, which is the town of Aurora. And this is opposition to Bill 5. And actually, I like their motion because in the past, it's pretty straightforward. They're not saying don't go ahead. They're just, there's some valid concerns in this particular motion. So I assume you want the same. You want to support their position?
Yes, I do. I realize, like you said, it's a done deal, but I still have a little bit of a problem with the changes to the Endangered Species Act and surrounding Indigenous consultation. So I would like to amend that we receive and support.
Do you have a seconder for that one? David, you'll second that one. Councillor Snutch? Oh, wait. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
The motion before council is that the town of Aurora correspondence dated July 17th, 2025 regarding opposition to Bill 5, Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act 2025 be received and supported.
Okay, all in favor? That is carried. Opposed? I didn't see any. And I think that's the only ones I had pulled, correct? Oh, was there one more? Oh, yes. Hang on. Here it is. Conservation Authority. 14.14. Yes.
Through the
Right.
chair, the motion that was put for council is that the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority correspondence dated July 25th, 2025 regarding recommendation for winter road and parking lot maintenance be received as information.
Councillor Goff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This basically stems from having, when they came here, Conservation Authority came here and did their presentation regarding road salt and how salty Lake Simcoe is actually becoming. So I've had them send their resolution and their report to our council so that we could support it, maybe amend it to make it our own and send that off as well. And then,
Deputy Mayor?
I mean, I don't mind saying we receive it and even support it, but I don't think we should adopt it at this point. You know, the reason why is because we don't know the impact financially. We don't know how it's going to impact us as taxpayers for certain roads or parking lots. It's a lot more expensive to do non-salt applications.
well,
So
it's not saying not to do salt.
I know, but that's what it's leading to. And I just don't want to, I
Right.
think that supporting it, I'm fine with and acknowledging that it's information, but I just can't go any further than that. But
Like right now, our salt contact mixed in with our sand is 4% on average, I believe.
yeah, it's 3%.
3 to 4%.
97 to
All right.
3.
So what I'll say, if we're gonna look at actually implementing it, then I would want to forward this document to a committee of the whole and get feedback from staff. If we're just supporting it, I could say that would be okay, but.
I probably need a
Through
second
you-
to amend it.
Yeah.
Through you, Your Worship, if I may, we just need a couple of moments while we go back to see what motion was passed by council as a result of their deputation. It looks to me
Yeah,
like
because
it
they
might
did a
be here.
deputation.
I want to make sure we're not passing contradictory motions.
Yes. Would it be better if I just forwarded this one to our next committee of the whole for discussion then? Would that? Why don't we do that? And then if now we can see if there's any conflict. You're wondering about it actually adopting the policy. That could be a lot of work at this point.
Through you, your worship, certainly staff, I don't think would recommend that we go full speed without the benefit of a staff report. I do see that it looks to me like when they came to do the deputation, we simply received their deputation as information only. You didn't ask.
Oh, we didn't do
You didn't
anything,
ask
no.
for a staff report. We're just confirming in the minutes that you didn't ask for a staff report, and I'll just look to Ms. Pye to see if she recalled. No staff report. Okay.
All right. Joe.
Okay, instead of adopting it and having our own resolution, if we could pass this resolution similar to forward on, so that we're part of those municipalities.
So
to the province.
Like, I think some of the other ones have supported this, have they not? The
Yes.
same motion, so we would want to do the same. Is what,
So through you, your worship, are you simply looking to just support the resolution as presented by Lake Simcoe?
I would like to have our own sort of resolution.
so then I would send it to the committee of the whole if we're going to do that, but look for guidance on this, or we can just support the one that they've sent around. Laura?
I think I would prefer to do that with a staff report, just
Yeah.
to make sure that we're not engaging in something that we're not prepared to. So I would say we could consider that for a staff report and see where it goes.
So through you, your worship, then the motion would be that it be received and forwarded to staff for a report.
With that, we usually request for reports, so come at the end of the meeting. If we just forward it to the committee of the whole, then I would expect for discussion then to a future committee of the whole, then that staff report, I assume we would get comments, because if somebody wants a staff report, our agenda, that's at the end, we're inquiry motions. So when we're in this item, I don't know if we should be pulling items and asking for staff reports when they're information items, but certainly forward it to the committee of the whole for discussion, I think would be more proper.
Can we show support now and forward to a committee of the whole?
Or through you, Mr. Mayor, is that if the councillor is wanting the Township of Ramara to consider a similar type resolution that is more geared towards the township, perhaps an inquiry motion at a later meeting might be the better
Might be the
approach.
better. So why don't we endorse this one now and then sit down with staff and figure out what direction we want to go ahead, Joe? So why don't we do that? So we'll endorse their position, support.
Okay, you probably need us.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and I'm getting agreement on that one. So that'll be our motion, that we will receive and support. And then the other one we'll do is an inquiry and get a staff report. I have to keep the two separate because one's information and reports. So here's our motion. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Through the chair, the motion before council is that the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority correspondence dated July 25th, 2025 regarding recommendation for winter road and parking lot maintenance be received and supported.
Okay, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. I think that's the last one of those I had pulled. You said there's about 30 of them here, so.
Through the chair, did we have a mover and a seconder for that motion?
Moved by Councillor Goff, second by the deputy mayor. And I guess. Okay, we're up to correspond. We did the integrity commissioner. We did number 15. So now we're on to motions. Postpone motions. I don't have any planning motions. I don't have any deputation motions. That is from our deputation earlier today. And the suggested motion, and I'll also look for any amendments.
Through the chair, the motion before council is that the deputation from Tim Lett regarding a proposal to enact an interim control bylaw be received as information.
I would like a report myself from staff on the feasibility of doing an interim bylaw and the effect. So I'm getting a mover for that amendment. Second by Councillor Tuyu, and we get a staff report on it. I know we're allowed so many. I don't think we have any on the books right now. So I'm pretty sure. And then, and we can have a wholesome discussion on it as far at the next committee of the whole on what our position is moving forward. Laura.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just that staff report. We did discuss this at one of the breaks. We would need probably a couple of months to review that and get the information back to you. So this report would probably not be coming until January.
All right. And I understand there's now, I don't know where it falls on the application that's already in, whether it, like, I'm getting and I don't want to put anybody in the spot right now.
From my understanding in the meetings I've had is if there's an application already in process, this will not impact that. It will not stop any applications already in process. It's only for future.
That is correct, Mayor.
Right. Well, that's, yeah, because that one's already in the works. If they've already made their, and I believe they have now, they've gone, like, there's a certain threshold they have to cross, and I believe they've crossed it, have they not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, they've done their initial public meeting and they've submitted their reviews. I believe it's in the technical review right now.
Right.
And we'll be considering that at a later council meeting that'll be coming forward.
Correct, but a new quarry can't all of a sudden pop up tomorrow in the next month and have it approved or be in the queue before we would deal with this one. So what was my, oh yeah, so, but staff report, that's what we're adding to the end of this motion, that we receive and prepare a staff report on an interim control bylaw. Everybody understands? I'll wait till Rebecca gets it typed up and on the board.
Mr. Mayor, I think there's more information that's come to light since
the original.
No, since earlier today.
Yes.
With the town calendar.
Through the chair, thank you for your patience. So the motion we have before council is that the deputation from Tim Lett regarding a proposal to enact an interim control bylaw be received as information, and that staff be directed to provide a report to council on the feasibility of enacting an interim control bylaw regarding aggregates.
Perfect. Mover and a seconder. Or is that an amendment or is it just one more? I guess it's an amendment. So
Through the chair, we did not have a mover and a seconder for the previous motion, so it was not put on the floor. So this is just the motion that's put on the floor. So we'll just need one mover and seconder.
Oh, it was already on the, I didn't, well, Joe and Jen, you guys are fine with the motion as read? Everybody's fine with the motion as read? All in favor?
It just says request staff.
Yes. And that is carried. Is that okay? You got the number of votes you needed there? I want to make sure. So now I am on to council motions previously given. There are none. Oh, notice them. Oh, I have a notice of motion. I tried to breeze by you, sir. I did my best. So no, we have a notice of motion. And do you read it or do you want the councillor to read their own notice of motion?
Through the chair, I will read the notice of motion. And just procedurally, all we do at this meeting is read it, and then it will be brought forward to the October 6th meeting. So there's to be no discussion. Deputy Mayor Bell hereby gives notice that he intends to introduce a motion at the October 6, 2025 council meeting to reconsider resolution number CR.181.25 from the council meeting held on June 23rd, 2025 with respect to an inquiry motion directing staff to look at the feasibility, options, and opportunities for a sports dome to be relocated in the township, including but not limited to public-private partnerships and corporate sponsorships. And this was moved by Deputy Mayor Bell and seconded by Councillor Snatch.
Right. We're at today. There's no discussion on it today. The only thing I will clarify on the motion, this just allows us to even enter a notice of motion. First, we have to waive the procedure bylaw. If that carries, then the deputy can bring his notice of motion and that puts the subject. So quite a few steps it's got to go through, but, and I think I can say it requires 60%, does it not? At the next motion, I can say that, but that's all. So that everybody's clear what'll happen when we come back in the next meeting. So council motions previously given notice, we have none, so we are on to bills and bylaws. I guess you have two motions, do you?
Through the chair, we have put these together into one motion that they could be voted on together, or if there's a desire to split them and do them separately, we can do so. I'll read the motion that has them together, and if you'd like to do something different, please let us know. So the motion before council is that bills 2025.37 and 2025.38 be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed as bylaws.
Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher. Questions on the bylaws? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Confirmatory bylaw.
That bylaw 2025.54 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on the 22nd day of September 2025 be considered read a first, second, and third time and finally passed.
On the confirmatory bylaw, moved by the deputy mayor, second by Councillor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. Before the adjournment, it might be an interesting meeting next time. Our code of conduct absolutely requires that a member apologizes when the chair had to remove them from a meeting. So I don't know how that's going to play out next meeting, folks, but it is in our code of conduct.
Through the chair, just for clarification, it's in our procedure bylaw that it states that.
It is? Yeah,
Yes.
it's in the procedure bylaw. So now we will look for the adjournment. Look at the hands going up already. All right, go ahead, Rebecca.
That the council meeting of the Township of Ramara held on September 22nd, 2025 be adjourned at 3:17 p.m.
Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher. All in favor, that is carried. Thank you, everyone.